Riverboat Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Riverboat Jack. Is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Happy Monday. Hello, Erica. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Ectobiologist. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Zelrex. Hello, Poor Claire. Hello, Girl Failure. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Danuvox117. Hello, Guy Dude Man. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Micah. Hello, Ulersoth77. Hello, Simmons8519. Hello, What? Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Zolner on Twitch. Hello, Scared Crow. Hello, Insects Appeal. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, P-Check. Hello, Deadpan Leftist. Hello, one and all. Hello, Even Oddridge. Hello, Blue. Hello, Admin. Hello, Satanic Panic at the Disco. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Louise. Hello, Book Girl NY. Hello, KO. Hello, Jay. Hello, Bobby. Hello, Death died today. Hello, Lauren Alexander. Hello, Anadexis. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, the Punk Monk. Hello, Mr. Malachite. You are indeed white in my chat. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake, and thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. My god. Thank you very much. Kicking off stream with the #1 support. I appreciate it. Hello, Arachnomancy. You went to a protest in your hometown last Friday? Hell yeah, what did your sign say? Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. How you doing? Hello, Double Chinsey. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Social Psych Explainer. Hello. I'm over here anxious. I'm sorry. I know
$5 to celebrate the fact that I finally finished winter semester today.
Yo!
My next semester starts Monday.
Get going. Very knifey duck. Get some very knifey downtime. Van Briggs, I don't have weights here. So it's sadly I can't fully commit to the bit, but I just want you to know, in the interest of my personal health, I did run 4 miles today. At her away stadium studio. Is it a it's not a stadium. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metaliest kitty I know. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, one and all, folks. Hello, Simric. Hello. How fast did you run? I ran for 35 minutes, did 4 miles, and my mile time is about like 8 minutes 45 seconds. I want to get even faster. Yo, Ashley, thank you for being on top of refunding channel points. Hello, Polly has his cracker. It's okay, you're not late. We literally just started like now. I'm still saying hellos. Yo, you're learning Children of the Grave by Black Sabbath? Hell yeah, Charlie. It's my job. I know, I just appreciate it. Hello, Nethercat. Hello. Hello, everyone. 1 mile took me 35 minutes. Yo, that's okay. I am running on an elliptical to save my knees because I'm elderly. 8 minutes 30 isn't a bad pace for a 4 mile. Yeah, my goal has less been for speed of late and more just for like length. Like I want to get to the point where I can consistently do like an hour-long run. I would like that. I think it'd be cool to like get to the point where I can run a marathon just to like say that I've done it, you know? But like if I'm being honest, like just if I was just doing 30 to 40 minutes per day, I'd be pretty happy. Beep beep beep. Fastest. Well, also, guys, it's not. I feel like it's maybe important to clarify that again. I'm on an elliptical, so it's kind of like running on easy mode. I do it at like a moderately high resistance, but even so, like I feel like if you've had a rough time running outside or on treadmills, give an elliptical a shot. Hey, Midas Kevin Anderson. I too prefer length over speed. Hey, Weird Beards. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Finks. Walking 5 to 10 minutes backwards helps strengthen your knees. Does it? I will have to look into that. Oh, I don't feel bad about using an elliptical at all. It's the best I've ever felt running. The major thing for me with running was not necessarily my knees, but instead it's my shins. My shins tend to get injured, or like the tendon behind my knee tends to get strained if I'm running like outside too much. Because I tend to obsess and like try and push myself too hard, and you know, I don't take the breaks I need. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Charles. Hello, Dare Dragon Warrior. Hello, B Parker. Hello, Alexia Rose. Do you get shin splints? I have no idea. You know, I was never in like cross country or anything, so I don't know what you call it. Also, if you guys notice that my face is rosier than usual, it's because I got too much sun the other day during my whirlwind weekend plans, and didn't get quite sunburned, but I have a rosy tint to me. Too much sun? Yeah, I'm. As my partner points out, I'm descended from snow giants. So I can't withstand the persistent rays of the sun. Let's see. Oh yeah, hit the button, everybody. It's the beginning of stream. We haven't covered a whole lot yet, but hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I literally bounce light enough. Walls get noticeably brighter if I walk into a sunbeam. That is very white. You started doing aqua aerobics to help with my knee issues from working in a hospital for 17 years and also being a massive bottom. You know, honestly, like that's maybe one of the coolest and like easiest ways to like tone like every muscle in your body. Swimming. I wanna like go to the pool a lot more this summer so that like I can, I don't know, just have fun in a pool. Funnily enough, Jack covering What If Alt Hist again seems to have cosmically brought one of his buddies out. Apparently Lord Miles was trying to get people to invade Haiti. Why? Does he want an invasion of Haiti to happen so he can like take a vacation to Haiti? Like I swear that man wakes up every morning and prays for a bullet. It's weird. Like I don't know how else to interpret a guy who goes to vacation Afghanistan during its fall to the Taliban. Hey, Amber Brains. Okay. Feeling good on morale compared to other weeks? Could it be the fact the rest of human civilization has their own local Trumpism and the fact that school boards across Texas have smacked their conservative electeds? Yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today, and I did want to really emphasize that there's going to be a not insignificant portion of stream today dedicated to just talking about how we are winning and eating good. Okay? However, before we get too deep into this, and this is not a segment or anything, this is just like, hey, I found a cool thing. Someone made a silent film featuring the one of like the folk tale characters of my home state, Paul Bunyan, and Godzilla, and it's a silent film told with puppets, and it was created by a user on Blue Sky who goes by Xing Yin Core, and it looks really, really good. So we're gonna watch it. I've waited to watch it until you guys are here. Godzilla versus Paul Bunyan. I don't know if it has sound at all. It doesn't seem like it. Wait. No, I missed the title card. The giant kaiju known as Godzilla has made landfall in New York City. Who will stop Godzilla's rampage across New York City? He's ironed flat the Flatiron. Oh, the Empire State is not looking so great. We've received word that the American military has a secret weapon. It's Paul Bunyan, the all-American lumberjack, America's tallest tail, versus Godzilla, Japan's longest tail, which has some spikes on it. Is Godzilla defeated? Bunyan is thrown off his feet. America's tall tale is looking quite frail. Paul Bunyan calls for aid. Yay! Babe the Blue Ox, Paul Bunyan's loyal beast of burden, to the rescue. Is Babe wearing laser cannons? Oh, we have a beam clash. This is cool as shit. Babe's laser cannons and Godzilla's atomic breath are evenly matched. It's a good thing that New York City was somehow successfully evacuated before this incident. Paul Bunyan readies another swing, but Godzilla has begun to speak. Are you happy as a tool of American industrialization and imperialism? Is your labor compensated fairly, or are they still paying you in flapjacks? Minimum wage in New York City is $16.50 an hour. Are you even getting that? Babe shakes off his weapons. Have the beasts bonded. The blue beast is on strike. Babe the Blue Ox withholds his labor. It looks like you should have paid Babe for his time, Paul Bunyan. Yay! That was so good! Kaiju United, voluntary recognition now. Hell yeah! Tier Star, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Excellent, excellent work, everyone. Godzilla versus Paul Bunyan. And I'm following this content creator, and I think all of you should too. So I'm gonna copy this link and post it in chat, because that was I did not see that coming, and you know, I went in not expecting, not having any expectations whatsoever, and that was a top tier kaiju vehicle right there. I liked that a lot. That rocked and I loved it. I seriously needed that, right? I just wanted to share it with you guys. I thought it was great. Oh wait. Oh, also the post right below this here, I'll share the post itself too. Apparently they have a Patreon where they make cool little animated features and stuff. So go check that out. That's cool as hell. You know what's really refreshing about that? And I didn't really reflect on that until just now, but like that is so unapologetically something that was made by a human being. And I love it. You know? Like I love humans. We're such weird little guys. You know, we make such little like, why spend time to build up the skills to make this? Because we can, and because we want to. It like there's no other reason needs to be. AI would just like I mean, could never do that, honestly. I don't know. That was great, and I really enjoyed it. Also, in other news, do you guys want to see like just some really cool, like a cool video game that not very many people talk about? Somebody on my feed was talking about the 1989 NES video game Willow, based on the movie Willow. It was made by Capcom, and apparently they like expanded the game to like include more story than what the movie covers, and like they had a ton of creative license to just kind of go wild with it. But like, look at this. This is neat, right? Hey, little Morphine Annie. Like, that's really impressive on an NES. Why does this sound like an 8-bit game? Because this is an NES game. I'm sorry, but that sprite work is fucking phenomenal on an NES game. Like that's really fucking good. Like, keep in mind, this is not a Super Nintendo game. You're back again, you thief! I will never give you the crystal ball of life. My name is Mad Mardigan. Just like, look at this. I am the messenger of Earth, Finraziel. You must be Willow. I'm glad you made it all this way. Now please, change me to my normal self with the Charolinder's magic cane. Oh no, Willow, you don't have enough experience to change me back yet. I don't know, like, I just think that's neat. I appreciate that this exists, and that clearly, like, someone took what was just, like...
My own button. WHAAA. BWA.
Hey, Penny Auntie, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub, and for that BWA energy. Appreciate it. What game is that, and can you get it anywhere? That is the 1989 video game based on the movie Willow, called Willow. So you would have to find, like, the NES ROM, or, like, buy it used, or something like that. How can I play this? Like, that I just told you. Those ways. Wait, they got the NES to export that audio? No, not the me voicing it thing. So, like, I don't know. I just think that that's really technically a banger, honestly. Oh, it's available on PC? Good Old Games has it? Hell yeah. Is it not a recent remake? Not the footage that we saw. I've seen computer games that were less put together from later eras, so excellent looking game for the NES. Well, also just like, you were given the project to make a game based off of a movie, and like you still decided to go hard, you know? Like a lot of things don't. A lot of studios don't go hard. What's your take on the Clock Tower series? Haven't played enough of it to have a take. That movie was amazing for its time. It's still amazing. Honestly, Willow holds up. I still haven't seen like the Willow TV show. I have it, and I would like to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's from 1989, Nidot.
This went way harder than any SNES game had to for a first level.
Right? Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. What is this? Oh. Yeah. Fuck yeah. This game went hard as shit. No, that wasn't a sprite enhancement, Nidot. That was the OG code. I'm very confused then. I just somebody was talking about it on my feed, and I thought it was really cool. And sometimes I just like sharing neat things to you. I'm like a penguin with a pebble, and I'm presenting it to all of you because I think it's neat, and I think you guys might think it's neat too. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the Terminator 2 pixel art game that just came out looked cool as shit as well. Was this like Terminator? No, it's not even based on a movie. That's so cool. Damn, okay. Yo, this is cool. Yeah, this looks like someone took Metal Slug and made a game based on Terminator. This is great. I fucking adore Metal Slug. Now that's some cool shit. Hell yeah. I think it already came out on PC though. That kicks ass? Hell yeah. Oh wait, no. I'm thinking of Terminator Dark Fate. Was that it? Or was it? Oh, maybe I saw like the release date of Terminator Dark Fate last year and thought it applied to this game. My bad. Wasn't Dark Fate the 2019 film? Yeah, but they released an RTS game last year. They clearly did. Like, a bunch of people who really liked those movies got together. All right. Also, hey guys, remember how last time on stream, or maybe a couple times on stream ago, I talked about how, like, hey, it might be good if we started collecting data on, like, crimes that the Trump administration is doing, and, like, documenting, like, actually kind of like how things are progressing, what laws are being broken, etc. Well, I saw this come across my feed. This is basically a group put together to solicit volunteers to document what is happening in this country and being perpetuated by Donald Trump. It's under Press Watch, and basically, it's interesting. I'm intrigued by it, you know, and I think maybe it'd be a good thing for people who are interested in this kind of way of fighting back to contribute, right? So this goes: news organizations, along with good government groups and other interested parties, are doing a commendable job chronicling the damage the Trump regime is doing to the government, the country, and the world, but none of them individually is in a position to give the public the full picture. It's just too much. This is a feature of Trump's strategy of flooding the zone. No one entity can possibly keep up, and as we go forward, how can any one organization keep tabs on all the fallout? It's not possible. What we need is a central repository of information so the full extent of the damage can be found in one place and assessed by the public, and so that there's a comprehensive story and record of what needs to be fixed and restored when the time comes to do so. To aggregate all the existing information, organize it, and collect new data, we need a place, a process, and people. The place and process. Luckily, there's a format for this kind of this sort of repository of knowledge: wikis. Wikis are collaborative websites that allow users to create, edit, and organize content collectively. And there's a great model of how to build something with the scale and function of what I'm talking about: Wikipedia. Wikipedia is arguably the single best thing on the internet in both terms of product and process. It's built by a huge community of volunteers who create, edit, and fact-check content. Entries must be based on rigorous sourcing protocols and are extensively cross-referenced. Some volunteers become specialists in certain fields and take on responsibility for monitoring edits, for vandalism, and watching newly created articles for quality control purposes. Wikipedia is searchable and scalable. It resists trolling, so far at least. It's even been invulnerable to censorship. It's not perfect, but it self-corrects. So what we need is a Trumpopedia, or Trump Wiki. You come up with the better name, please. As for the people, a project like this will inevitably require a lot of people. That means empowering citizens and groups to supplement the work of professional journalists and researchers. Yes, call it citizens journalism if you wish. But the fact that it would rely on ordinary citizens to do something constructive in the fight back against Trump/Musk agenda is not a bug, it's a feature. The single thing one hears the most from angry citizens, and there are many, is the plaintive cry of "what can I do?" The traditional answer is march, call your representatives, and support local activist groups. But that isn't enough for a lot of people. Here they could help document and assess the otherwise incalculable damage caused by Trump and Musk, and create a roadmap for returning the country to normalcy. Wouldn't that be satisfying and empowering? What would be in the wiki? It'd be hard to visualize what I'm talking about, partly because this would not be structured like Wikipedia. This wiki would have a central main page for the Trump administration, and for top-level organization, I envision sections like people, agencies, issues, countries, executive orders, legislation, eliminated humanitarian aid, eliminated domestic programs, firings, legal challenges, corruption, targets, allies, societal effects, human rights. So, yeah. One particularly valuable source of data for the wiki would be a vast array of trackers already being produced by news organizations, nonprofits, and individuals, each monitoring and summarizing developments in areas they care about the most. I have a list here. It's all wonderful stuff, but it should be centralized and in many cases expanded upon. Yeah. A project like this would clearly require a nonprofit home, funding, an August board, and infrastructure as well. What do you think? Is this doable? Do you have a better idea? Share your thoughts, comments, or email me at frumkin@presswatchers.org. And genuinely, if if any of you would like to actually get involved in something like this, I think an excellent way to start would be to email this person and say that you would be interested in participating in something like this. Okay? So check this out. And I'm going to also link this particular post so you know where you're going, who you're talking to, etc. Whoa. All right. Let's see. Probably should have out-of-country backups. Again, this requires a lot of work. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That like even the New York that's kind of the thing, Edmund, right? Like even the current like big news orgs aren't doing a great job of getting all of the stories. They're not actually like collecting them into like a central database of some kind. And like none of them has a complete picture, right? There have been stories I've found that are only being reported by like local news, for example. And I think that when we like are taking a look at how do we make things better after this, we do have to start with maybe a blueprint for one of like restoring funding to different agencies. How do we make things right with these different groups? Okay. I'm gonna email them in the morning. This has gotten me more psyched about something in my wheelhouse.
It's a shame you aren't bigger. Love how you always try to get the audience involved. Imagine if you did Vosh or Hassan numbers.
I mean that's the goal. That is the goal. Von Tux, thank you for the $5 super chat. My common refrain: we're gonna be bigger than Hassan, baby. We're gonna be bigger than Hassan. All right. Because I think that people have a hunger to do something, and it's not, as I've been saying over and over again, and I think is really an invaluable thing to really hammer home. Knowing the right thing is simply not enough. Should 50/50 1/Indivisible oversee this project? No, it should probably be a different kind. It should probably be a different org. Indivisible and 50/50 1 are just organizing for the in-person marching, Jack is still a new channel. I mean, kind of. I have been doing this for like 5 years, but newish, new enough. And I know that a lot of folks, especially in my community, want to get involved in ways that aren't necessarily going out and protesting. Some because of accessibility reasons. And so I think that there are a lot of folks who could really get behind an effort like this, Do you want to do something other than doom scroll online and feel depressed? Join DSA? True! Join DSA. Join your local Democrats. Join, different organizing groups local to you. Like I don't give a shit if you join your local anarchist group, as long as you're doing something that is actually helping people, like I'm supportive of all of that. I just want it to actually be effective and not just sitting around jerking each other off, still has that new channel smell. That must be it. I did put on a perfume today. Can I join DSA? No place where I am? Boo. Well, guess what, Phoebe the Floof? You can make your own chapter of DSA. You can literally, if there's nothing close enough, you can literally make your own. It's cool stuff. How does Trump think he's going to reopen Alcatraz? Well, okay, this is we'll talk more about it later, but the secret to understanding Donald Trump is that he doesn't know anything and is simply reactive. He's like a sea sponge, you know? Except he's a fascist, so I guess like if you put a Nazi armband around a sea sponge. Well, we'll talk more about this in depth, but basically, dude is like I hesitate to say like he's dying, but like genuinely his brain is gone, and I don't know how much of that is physically, mentally he's just not there, and how much of it is like he's just completely checked out and focused on golfing, you know? I don't know. But like he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what a tariff is, guys. He doesn't know. Oh yeah, they're definitely not going to reopen Alcatraz either. Like they closed it literally because it cost like 3 or 4 times as much to run as like a normal prison. And it's also small and also needs extensive renovations. So basically what you would have to do is knock down all of current Alcatraz, rebuild it, and then you would open it, and it would still be more expensive to run for literally no benefit whatsoever. So like it's just not a good plan, even if you're in favor of locking people up like, you know, animals. And hey, maybe you shouldn't be in favor of that either, just as a thought. I hope Congress can get their act together and fucking impeach him. I mean, again, and I've talked about this. It's going to take a lot of suffering for impeachment to actually become a possibility, you know? It's not just gonna, like, materialize. What's gonna happen, and it's gonna happen soon, is like the pain from tariffs is gonna start hitting, you know, at the checkout. And well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We have a lot to talk about. We haven't even gotten to like a planned segment today. Hey!
Your genius president here. Riverboat Jack is vital to national interests. Therefore, I am instituting a 100% tariff on people. WHO don't donate bits or subs to Jack. Make streaming great again.
It's actually a really that is basically what he's doing. Thank you for the $20 dono, genius president. Appreciate it. I mean, I think we all just severely underestimated how completely and utterly self-interested a lot of Republicans are. But I think that also means the second they're actually like realizing that it affects them, they're going to be a bit upset about it. But we're going to get to that because I have a whole thing planned. So another thing to keep in mind, remember folks, on your calendar, mark June 14th. That is Flag Day. It is also Donald Trump's birthday. He's doing a big parade that's going to cost over like $100 million. And we want to make the story that day how many protests and how big the protests were, rather than what a big parade he had.
Off topic, but my new antidepressants have been working and I've started doing more stuff I love and not bedrotting, so take my money, ma'am.
The all-powerful Kagan, thank you for the $5 super chat, and thank you for getting out of bed and doing stuff. That's great. Okay. So, yep, June 14th is the next major day of mobilization, done by predominantly Indivisible, but they've also been partnering with other organizations. 5051 Education, Healthcare, and Public Services Union, a group called Common Defense, Black Voters Matter, Declaration for American Democracy, Face the Music, Fix Democracy First, National Action Network, People Power United, Public Citizen 50, Social Security Work, Stand Up America, The Beacon, TJC, and Vote Save America, like a bunch of different groups. These are just some preliminary ones. More are going to be announced in the near future. But June 14th, and I want as many of you who can make it to head out there on that day as possible, okay? So that's really important. That is the next big mobilization day. So get your walking shoes on, make a cool sign, and get out there. Because again, the last indivisible major day of action was historically large. So get out there that day. If you can't make it, tell your friends to go, tell your family to go, tell your, casual work associates to go, tell your casual hookups to go.
June 14th is also my brother's birthday, so I think about how he was twisted into a dangerous person by the far right.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, One-Eyed Heathen, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono.
So funny aside on the movie Tariffs. Trump met with John Voight. John advocated for the tariffs because he's basically irrelevant to the American film industry, but still gets gigs in Eastern Europe.
Oh, I should clarify. I am Damo Suzuki. It's not a protest in Washington, D.C. Specifically, it's a protest everywhere but Washington, D.C. It is a protest in every state capital. They're going to be, like, all the indivisible groups are activating wherever they are. It is going to be, hopefully, massive. That is, it's where it's being announced over a month out so that people can get their ducks in a row and actually get out there en masse, okay? And so, wherever you are, there's going to be a local protest. And if there's not, you can make your own via Indivisible. Okay? Protesting what? Donald Trump, the gutting of our social safety net, the gutting of aid to other countries that keeps like 100 million plus children alive. Protesting the mass expulsion of workers who provide vital services to the American public, like cancer research. Protesting against the attempted gutting of Social Security and Medicaid. Is there a link to the website? I can absolutely get that to you. The desecration of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's a big thing, And yeah, this website also has a toolkit that just kind of like talking points. If you want to like try and explain it to folks, get how to get media attention and get press to events. There's a lot of good information in here. Okay, and host. You can create your own No Kings event, and if there are no events around you, you can make your own. So here you go is another link to do that.
So the reasons for the tariffs is because one old washed-up actor is tired of having to go to Bulgaria just to get a movie gig, and he's fucking lazy and hates it. Our country is so cooked. Go protest.
No, we're not cooked yet. But thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, we are going to talk about the fucking movie tariffs.
I am going to be all sweaty after the Pride 5K, but I will go protest all stinky for the counter-protesters.
Hell yeah, Simric. You're going to be sweaty going out to a protest anyway. You're just pre-sweated. It's all good. So that's the big thing. That I'm going to be talking more and more about that. That is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most important calls to action going forward. Can we stop being so pessimistic about the country being cooked? Yeah, I mean it's not cooked yet, but to be clear, things are going to be very bad if Donald Trump implements the tariff plan that he pushed off by, like, 3 months. Just with the tariffs on China alone, we're going to start feeling that and like the 10% across the board tariffs, we're going to start feeling that in like the next couple weeks. I know a lot of places have already raised prices. I know a lot of places are already running short on some things. That's going to intensify in a way that is going to be readily apparent. And so, like, that doesn't mean we're cooked, but it does mean that, like, there's going to be some economic pain. There are going to be shortages of things. It's going to be deeply unpleasant. And I also want to point out that, like, however bad it is for us here in the United States of America, it is going to be exponentially worse for other places that are having tariffs imposed on their goods. There are places around the world that rely almost entirely on exporting goods for the American public to consume. Those places are going to effectively be economically destroyed. It's bad. Like, entire cities or countries even might basically dissolve in the economic atomic bomb that is being dropped. That sounds hyperbolic, but it's not. Yeah. What was the Yeah, Lesotho, for example, is going to be one of those countries that might, like, economically be destroyed. It's going to be real, real bad. My makeup looks awesome today. That's my secret. I only did eyeliner today, and that not very much, but thank you. Admin, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
GL if you can't leave, but I have a degree, 4 years experience, savings and Irish citizenship. Do I find a job remotely, or put in my 2 weeks?
No idea.
Fascism.
No idea. Good luck. We'll do our best to fight here, but if we fail, unfortunately, there's not any place on this planet where you're not going to feel what's happening. It's kind of the that's kind of one of the downsides. China will be okay. I mean, China will be okay. America will be okay. But there are places that are not going to be remotely okay. Lesotho. My bad. Get ready to eat the weeds. There's some tasty weeds. Well, to some extent. No. Like, America is going to be, like, economically fucked, but that's still going to be okay compared to, like, places that have entirely built their economies on American consumerism. Those people will die. Like, that the people there are not going to be okay. America will be okay compared to a country like Lesotho. You fucking kidding me? Like, the entire country will be put out of work. Basically, all they do is export stuff to the United States. So, like, America's not going to be okay, but relatively, we're going to be better off than other places. My dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. No, honestly, Storm, I think that we are going to experience enough economic pain that people are not going to be. Let me put it this way: the fascist tech guys who pushed for and funded this, even they are going, oh wait a minute, we don't want this tariff shit. There's a reason why Elon Musk is on record as opposing these tariffs, and it's because economically there's no benefit here. There's no benefit to anyone because Donald Trump doesn't understand what tariffs are. So I don't know. Worth mentioning a little bit. A moment to you know, uh, consider that, you know, when a world superpower just cuts off trade with countries that basically have existed to pump America full of goods to consume, that's gonna be really bad when their industries die. I will eat my shorts and buy a tier 3 sub. What? Think everyone's okay with hurting others at this point? That self-preservation is out the window. They're foaming at the mouth for our blood. Disagree. There's a reason Donald Trump backed off of sacking Jerome Powell. And it's very specifically not because he likes Jerome Powell, but because there are still limits on what he can do. Hey, Brendan. Hello, Janelle Walker. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Again, you guys skipping ahead to what we're talking about. All right. When should we expect the riots to start if they're going to occur? I mean, honestly, probably after, like, I don't know when, like, this is pure speculation on my part, but I would expect some incredibly strong protests on June 14th, spurred in part by the beginning of pain from the tariffs hitting in full force. And then I would also expect that to worsen through September, and probably, if I were to guess when a riot might take place, this is just, again, me guessing, but it would be around when Congress is trying to finalize its budget for next year. Because remember, Chuck Schumer kicked that can down the road until September. And in September, I would imagine that's going to be around when people are well and truly getting fucked by a lot of these tariff costs and losing their jobs because of said tariffs. And, like, they're going to be voting on whether or not to take away your Medicaid and your Social Security. So people generally have that as, like, one of their top priorities, because if people lose their Social Security or their Medicaid, people will literally die, you know. And you can go without your treats in order to prioritize necessities, but, like, people can't go without their Social Security checks. Any idea why Trump is acting like a total jackass with some of his public statements? Because he's a dumbass. He doesn't know anything. And he's either increasingly checked out in the sense that he just doesn't give a shit about any of this anymore, or he's genuinely mentally declining, and like, every single time he shows up on screen, it's just like a shit show. Yeah, like, he's already a moron, and the dementia is starting to hit. Does that, like, that's why. No idea, Blue. No idea. I mean, he's turning 79 years old, guys. It's not beyond the pale that, like, he starts hitting dementia. I'm also thinking mental decline, nightlight, plushy Jesus. That's just my take though. Trump supporters are just dumb as fuck. You know, I don't know if they're dumb as fuck. I think a lot of them aren't, but they just have a different different paradigm related to what they care about. Does that make sense? Like, they care about more immediate things. It's something I call, like, you know how, like, babies have object permanence? There's a similar thing going on with a lot of Republicans when it comes to, like, what they can care about. And what they care about tends to be what they can see, and abstract caring just simply isn't a thing for them. So if they aren't seeing it in their day-to-day lives, it may as well not exist. There is, like, an empathy event horizon for them, and it's only when these things start coming home that they start caring about it. And it's not because they're dumb per se, it's just they have, like, that event horizon that they cannot pass through. Does that make sense? And, you know, for different Republicans, you're going to get, like, different levels of event horizon. You know, some Republicans only care about, like, their immediate family. Some Republicans only care about, like, their town. Some Republicans only care about their country. But that's, like, that seems to be, like, the extent of, like, the event horizon from Republicans at the very least. Out of sight, out of mind. Exactly, Kraken Pill. Yeah, some more news' recent video on the right's war on empathy is really, really good. I'd recommend people checking that out, because I don't think it is a lack of intelligence. At least in a lot of cases, I think it's a lack of, not even a lack. It's just, like, the empathy is different. It has a different decision-making paradigm. Perfect example, so many anti-gay politicians flipped from genocide after realizing their child was gay, but not before. Yep, exactly, Buffalo guy. And this like, empathy horizon has been strengthened and encouraged by Donald Trump for, like, the last decade, you know? So it's just kind of like, you've got, like, a cult of personality directly leading to the shrinking of that horizon, and, like, providing easy answers with thought-terminating cliches that dissuade people from actually, you know, thinking beyond the bounds of, you know, the personality, Donald Trump. And so, like, people just are fine to graze in his fields, you know? I guess. But crime, despite historically low crime rates, is something they're concerned about because you see criminals on TV. Exactly. Because especially in conservative circles, there's a concerted effort to, like, inundate, for example, like, white supremacist news sites will just run constant articles of black people doing crimes, you know? And so, like, the typically very conservative people who go to those websites watch that all the time, and they care about that because to them it's immediate. To them it is something intruding into their sphere, And because they don't care to like go beyond that, they don't care to investigate it, they don't care to like look into it more, they just are like, oh, okay, so this is just happening all the time, this is real life. And I'm sure that this happens as well on the left, but we're just a lot less prone to whatever is happening with a lot of Republicans. And since there are not many cases conservatives can spin against trans people, they always bring up the same people in cases. Yes, exactly. It's why they bring up like 2 or 3 incidents that have happened over like the last 5 years, and they act like it is an epidemic of violence. It's depressing. My mom has this degradation of empathy. She cried about the deportations because she's so happy it's finally happening. She says it's to keep us safe, but we're adults and one of her children is trans, which she won't fully respect. She's growing distant even from her children because of this empathy degradation. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I tend to think people are much better off focusing on like mobilizing liberals and independents rather than trying to salvage people who are primed to not care. Like when your argument is this thing is harming many, many people, it is really hard to argue to someone why you should care about the intrinsic value of human life, for people who you don't see, It's the abstract versus the material. It's like in a lot of ways, that's kind of the case, right? All right, let's get a move on. That was a long thing. Maybe that can be cut into a segment. Well, let's see. When I started taking comments about Trump, let's just cut it there, because apparently I've been speaking about this for like 30-40 minutes. So. Segment done? ? And remember, folks, hit the like button, leave a comment, subscribe, do the things, and see you in the next one. We did it. We did a segment by accident because you guys keep asking me things we're going to do segments about. All right. This is kind of a funny one, sort of. So, folks, there is historically a group called ALEC, the American Legislative Executive Council, right? And this group is like is kind of like a think tank of corporations that write legislation for politicians, right? And it's pretty funny because sometimes politicians in the past have forgotten to like remove letterhead from ALEC, right? It's and then they introduce it on the congressional floor. It's embarrassing. And well, it seems like we have another case of that. And specifically, it's coming courtesy of one Paragon Health Institute, a group that is dedicated to trying to get politicians and lobbying politicians to cut Medicaid. And, well, wouldn't you know it, Hardliner's Medicaid letter has ties to GOP think tank. Now, when you think, when you see that headline, you're like, it has ties to a think tank. What does that mean? Like the think tank lobbied for these guys to like write a letter, and like, okay, that seems like something that probably happens in Congress a lot. Except that it's worse than that. Digital metadata indicates that the letter was authored by the president of the Paragon Health Institute. So like they literally just got a letter sent to them, and this is Chip Roy, who's been circulating this letter, and he got 20 other Republicans to sign it, and it was written by a think tank president. So just to go over this real quick from Politico. The digital metadata embedded by the PDF circulated by Representative Chip Roy of Texas lists the author as Brian Blaze, the president of the Paragon Health Institute. And yeah, he's one of those Trump guys. He's one of those Trump guys who was in Trump's inner circle in 2016, and he hasn't gone back into the administration and is instead lobbying for a conservative group. Okay, Blaze with an S, Blasey. I don't know, whatever. But basically, people like Charles Koch have lavished $1 million donations onto the group. It's basically there to further the billionaire Republican agenda. And they are certainly trying to do that by pushing for cuts to Medicaid. And this is like the big thing for like the next, several months, 4 months. You're going to hear nothing but Republicans hemming and hawing about cutting Medicaid and Medicare because, frankly, they all know it's a bad idea. Like, they all know it is political suicide. Not the first link between Paragon and Roy. Oh, do tell. Do tell, Paladin Lost. What is this? Chip Roy, Medicaid up $1.2 trillion under Biden. It's driving the inflation tax, piling up debt as we allow progressive Democrats to use it to fund illegals and run scams, favoring able-bodied over vulnerable folks. With $1 trillion in improper payments, bankrolling blue state budgets. And just real quick, blue states aren't bankrolled by the federal government. Blue states bankroll red states. That's blue states subsidize red states, conservative states. Also, Medicaid doesn't drive up the inflation tax. And Democrats aren't using it to fund illegals or run scams to favor able-bodied folks. Basically, what he's trying to say is that because of Medicaid, people who would otherwise be forced to work through their disabilities, despite the pain and suffering it causes them, can now take it slightly easier. Instead of working 2 jobs, they can work 1. Just that it's like that. It's not like a super scammable system. And hey, wouldn't you know? Look who quote tweeted that. Thank you for showcasing our important work, Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. Wow. Paragon Health Institute. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, so you guys literally just tell him what to say like he's a goddamn puppet. It's crazy. Republicans really have no shame when it comes to this. Like, whatsoever. Oh, Paragon also wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today. This is probably part of like their Oh, look at that. Look who wrote that. Brian Blaze and Paul Winfrey. That's that's wild. Wall Street Journal opinion section. Yeah, the politics of Medicaid reform. If Republicans are too timid, costs will expand and Democrats will benefit at the ballot box. Yeah, if Republicans don't wildly slash Medicaid, Democrats are definitely going to capitalize on the fact that Medicaid stays as it is? Question mark. Because here's the thing. If Republicans do cut Medicaid, Democrats are going to benefit at the ballot box exponentially more. Like, this is the reason Republicans don't touch Medicaid is very specifically because they know it will effectively end the Republican Party. The Republican Party will not continue to exist if things like Social Security or Medicaid get cut. Like they just won't exist because people aren't going to vote for the party that killed their grandma. They're just not. People aren't going to vote for the party that denied like their long COVID having spouse like medical care under Medicaid and they had to watch them die. They're not going to vote for that. Paul Winfrey is from the Economic Policy Institute Center. It's just a similar Koch Industries boutique bullshit tank. Yeah. It's where the sheer number of these are just to evade 990 rules and create market confusion so you don't know these are all the same assholes. It'd be really nice if any of these outlets really pointed out at the top that these people are like paid lobbyists whose job it is on the behest of billionaires to undermine like your life as like a working class person, Like, yeah. But they already voted for that. They happily wanted people to die during COVID and voted for Trump again. Yeah, but there's a difference, I think, which is that like the people who are going to die are Republicans. Like almost like there's a difference here in the sense that like sure, predominantly a lot of Republicans died during COVID because they didn't wear masks or get vaccinated, and we're busy taking hydroxychloroquine, right? But the difference here is that, like, these people don't know stuff about epidemiology. People generally don't, right? They do know that Social Security keeps them alive. They do know that Social Security is what pays to keep Mima in the retirement home. They do know that Medicaid is the only reason they were able to get better. They do know that, hey, I rely on Medicaid to not lose my home. They know that stuff. And so, and they are not going to be spared, as opposed to like you carve out in your head, like, oh, I'm going to have a special exemption because I'm a special boy. I'm a good Republican, They know that if that program gets cut, they're not going to keep receiving those checks that keep them alive. They stood behind the idea that grandma and grandpa had to die for the economy. Most people didn't. Again, the issue here is that a lot of people over and over again, and we're seeing a lot of this over and over again, people thought, oh, his policies are only going to affect the bad people. They're not going to affect me. I pay my taxes. I'm good, unlike all of them. And the thing is, that's not a sustainable idea when the suffering they have planned hits everybody. It's just not, Like, I was going to talk about this later, but we can bring it up now. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Here's from the Mississippi Free Press. Mississippi leaders hopeful Trump will approve FEMA aid for tornado-ravaged communities despite a month-long wait. Just to, we're in regular communication with the White House, and I'm hopeful that our declaration gets approved soon, Reeves told Mississippi Free Press reporter Heather Harrison. He added that it's not unusual for the government to take up to 45 days to review and authorize such a request. More than 900 Mississippi homes suffered damage during severe storms on March 14th and 15th, which conjured 18 tornadoes across the state and displaced over 200 residents. Yeah. Let's see. When an especially disastrous tornado struck the Mississippi communities of Rolling Fork and Silver City on March 24th, 2023, causing around $100 million in damage, Reeves swiftly requested a major disaster declaration, and President Joe Biden approved it within 2 days of the storm. We're a month out from this, And like, you can say, oh, you get what you voted for. Sure. But I do think a lot of these people, again, they have that empathy event horizon. They don't really care until it affects them. And the thing about Medicaid and Social Security is it's going to affect them, and they know that. There is a definite cause and a definite effect. And all I'm saying is, they're not stupid. They can see cause effect, especially when it's in like terms that they understand. That's all I'm saying. Additionally, here's another story. A Maryland town backed Trump's cost-cutting pledge. Now it's a target. And this is a story about a small town in Maryland that is like the hub for training firefighters. Let's see. I'm probably going to get shot for this, but he's doing what he said he was going to do, said Davis, who serves as the mayor of the town of about 3,000 in western Maryland, just south of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In March, the Trump administration suddenly canceled in-person classes at the National Fire Academy here, which trains the United States firefighters. Not only is the academy a big part of Emmitsburg's identity, but it also helps drive the local economy. Davis says the administration is reviewing the academy's operations, and he's hopeful that it will restore classes. If not, he says he'll see the administration somewhat differently. It'll change my outlook on what they say they're not, to say that they're not being fair, says Davis, who also serves as emergency medical services captain at the local firehouse, known as the Vigilant House Company. They're just going in to cut and not caring about what they cut. And like, yeah, you voted for that, asshole. You absolutely voted for that. But understand, in their calculations, when they made that vote, they're saying, oh, it's going to affect the bad people. It's not going to affect me. They're not going to be crazy and just like cut everything. They're just going to cut, the fat of like administration stuff. And like, we don't need that many bureaucrats. What is Fox News and Twitter saying? I put 99% they're blaming Joe Biden for this, and they're never going to learn. The issue is that only goes so far. It only goes so far. You can see his poll numbers tanking, even among some of his diehard supporters. It used to be back in like 2016 that Donald Trump had an approval rating of around like 80, 90% from Republicans. And, on some of these issues, that has slipped down into the 60s. And when we look at what is going to happen when it comes to these tariffs, my assessment is that it is going to push that number way down when it comes to a lot of other categories as well. That's too damn high. Again, they only care when it affects them. And also, like, when we're talking about, like, Republicans that live in, like, poverty, they already think that no one gives a damn about them anyway. And, like, Donald Trump at least pretends to care about them. Like, they already are like, everyone hates us anyway, fuck them all. And they're happy to watch the entire thing burn. But even they are affected when the economy goes tits up. And at some point, they're going to be like, oh, wait, did we just detonate an economic nuclear bomb that we can't, like, fix really easily? And, they're going to realize it eventually, and they're going to realize, oh, wait, this isn't Joe Biden. So all I'm trying to put out there is that they might be wrong. They just don't know it yet. They have a blind devotion to a personality. And once holes start getting poked into that devotion, it's going to rapidly come apart because it's all just being held together with spit and hope at this point. He's offering his constituents nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. And I think that that is only going to become more clear as time goes on. You know? So that's my calculation. That's all I'm saying. And I think it's pretty funny that Chip Roy got caught trying to say that he wrote he wrote this letter when in fact it was written for him by a goddamn lobbying buffoon. And all these people in office are just dumb as shit. It's why Donald Trump can get into the office in the first place, because we've just become as a country more and more accustomed to lazy buffoons reading propaganda written for them by billionaires. As my house rep, hey, maybe you can call him up and ask why he was reading something that was written for him by a lobbyist. Maybe call him up and leave a message about that. Only caring about something that affects you is the definitive opposite of empathy. Yeah, but again, what they consider affecting them is something that could be affecting someone in Maine that they have no connection to. If their event horizon is the United States as a whole. It could be that they only care about what happens to their town or their state, as opposed to if it happens a mile that way, who gives a shit? All I'm saying is that event horizon is very different for people, and there are some Republicans for sure. That empathy horizon does not extend beyond themselves. All I'm saying is that reality tends to be more complicated than a binary that is either on or off. Do you think it's true that the best type of politicians are the politicians that don't want to be politicians since they won't care about their career? Not necessarily. Although I do think that politicians who want to go into it as a career, I feel not great about that. I don't want there to be a profit motive involved. I feel like the entire thing we should set up here, and one of the things we should push for, is when we beat these motherfuckers and get them out of Congress, we need to reform this country to basically outlaw Citizens United. And we need to go beyond just outlawing Citizens United. We need to get rid of super PACs. We need to get rid of almost all lobbying, if not all of it entirely. Okay? It needs to end, because this is unsustainable. And our elected politicians being wined and dined by the wealthiest sacks of shit on the planet is probably bad for us. Starm, that's just not the case. I understand the impulse to say all Republicans want to have slaves and beat the homeless. That's just not the case. It's just not. Now, are all Republican politicians evil? Yes. But that's not the same thing as Republican voters. Do I think what they vote for is evil? Sure. But people are more complicated than their vote. Yeah, maybe about 36% of them do, but that's I don't know that, it does us any good to misconstrue the other 3%, 64%. Then I feel they should grow a spine. Yeah, but they're not gonna. People don't grow spines until there is a thing they need to grow beyond, aka the suffering that is definitely already cooked into our system. That's all I'm saying, right? That's all I'm saying, is that I think that this is a time, and I want to be very serious for a moment, we are going into a time where we get to decide what kind of society we are going to build out of the ashes. We get to decide that. And one of the things we get to do in this time where people are going to be in a lot of pain and in a lot of turmoil and looking for community and solutions to their problems, we get to decide how we react to that, right? We get to decide. And that's really, really important to put out there, because what's coming is going to be a moment of radicalization for almost everybody in this country. And before us, there are a couple different paths. And like basically on the far right, you've got full-blown fascism, death to the people who are killing the country, like whatever minority group they decide they want to like blame all of this on, right? And on the left side, we have like building towards a better world with socialist principles and values that values the contribution of workers, that values like human rights and dignity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so there is going to come a moment here where we have the opportunity to present a radically different future for folks. And I want to make sure as many of you as possible, and some of you it might not be possible, I get that, but I want as many of you as possible to be ready to meet that moment with kindness, dignity, and empathy. Because what we need to do is build the biggest goddamn tent we've ever seen so that we can build a better world from what's coming. And like, I understand not everyone's going to be able to do that, but I think we should try. I'm so scared and angry. I get it. I get it. And there are a lot of people who are not scared or angry yet because they still think they are Noah in the face of the flood, that they are going to be spared. And there is going to come a moment where they are going to realize they don't got any boat. They don't have a way out of this. They're in the same flooding fields as the rest of us. And then it's either sink or swim time. And my hope is that we can all get together and survive this shit and then build on the ashes of what came before. Okay? So that's my goal. Because I want to build a movement that is so big and so encompassing in its entirety that we can smash these fascists out of office and they can never get within spitting distance of power ever again. I want to build a movement and build the kind of people who are politically aware so that we can smash these assholes into oblivion and make it politically impossible for them to rise again. I want, to have a victory so complete and total that we have Reconstruction 2 and de-radicalize people from this fascism that has gripped the throat of our country. And I want to build up to a movement where we can rip apart lobbying firms, where we can, effectively make sure that we codify worker rights, where we get abortion rights, where we get housing for all, where we get Medicare for all, where we get everything. And we leave those billionaires with nothing, rotting in some kind of jail cell for their complicity with fascism. Okay? And I think that is going to take us being enormously patient when people become radicalized enough to be willing to embrace our position. So that's I guess that's my point. And again, if it is possible to radicalize people in the face of suffering. That is simply a fact of human nature and reality. Again, I've said this before, but my mom went from being a lib who thought that Bill Clinton was the heights of liberal attainment. Obama was just amazing. Hillary Clinton, didn't understand why people hated Hillary Clinton. And she's talking about, like, you know, embracing socialism. So, like, if my mom can do it, who's like 74 years old, I think that there are a lot of other people, maybe even farther from that, that are going to be radicalized and open to our position. And I'm not saying we cater to Republicans. I'm not saying we do that. But I am saying that there's a certain number of them, I don't know how many it's going to be, who are going to be radicalized far enough towards our position that that's good. And if you think that's impossible, like, I started my political existence as, like, an evangelical conservative. And then I went through a whole lot of changes and turned into a hot lady and a socialist. So, like, I don't know, like, if I can shed that identity and be radicalized to a much better set of political ideals, I think a lot of people can. If I can radicalize my goddamn mom, so can you guys. But, like, that's where we're at. How do we fix America's entitlement and racism issue? Well, I mean, you fix the racism issue by banding together and exposing racists to, like, people who aren't racist. You know, you ostracize them and make them question those beliefs. And there are going to be some people who are not perfect at it. But the entire premise is that, like, we're not means testing folks when they're in the union. You know, like, you're in the union, you're in the union. I don't know. I'm at this point, I'm just flapping my gums. So let's just end the segment. That segment went places for sure. Whew. Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, who was the other? Who said they were in Chip Roy's district? Was that Simric? Logan Hill in the YouTube chat is also in that district and would love to talk. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. And, like, not everyone's gonna be radicalized right now, but, like, give it like a month, chat. give it a month. It's gonna be bad. Not trying to be hostile or contrarian. I'm actually unable to see a good future. People feel too far gone, and also too lazy to ever stand up in my life. I'm sorry. Well, again, that might be true for your life. I don't know your life, you know, but I will say that's not true as far as, like, our country goes. It's just not. Hopefully we'll get to some other stories that demonstrate what I mean. All right. Okay. Yeah, we can do this. Folks, also, we've been going for almost 2 hours. If you're enjoying the stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because, folks, that's what makes this stream possible. I could not do it without you guys. You are the ones that allow me to do this day in, day out. You're the ones that allow me to, like, spend, 6 hours a day off stream, like, prepping what I do. And I really, really appreciate it, folks. So if you can and you feel inclined, consider dropping those subs and donos. Appreciate you guys. Also, we have 360 some people in YouTube chat and 155 likes. I think we can get to 200. I think we can do that. I believe in the power of 45 of you to hit that like button. All right, hit that button. Jack, your skin is gorgeous. Tell us your routine. We need to know the products. I don't have my products here. So off the top of my head, I use the like the Cetaphil Cetaphil with hyaluronic acid, which is just like a light acid that helps like clear up your pores and stuff. You drink tons of water. You know, that's kind of like my basic go-to, but I also use what's called like a body butter, which like moisturizes and like holds moisture into the skin. I used to get a lot of it from like Body Shop, but they went out of business in the United States, so now it's a lot harder to find stuff like that. I also use like, it's called body yogurt, so I use yogurt and the butter, but I use that on my face. And I like it a lot. And I also use, what's it called? What is it called? Let me see. It's a retinol cream. I can't remember the name of. But honestly, any kind of retinol cream will work. It's also sometimes called like a night serum. You use that every so often. And I also use yes, Yawadam eye cream, which I very much like. It's like a Korean eye cream situation, and honestly, 10 out of 10. Green sounds expensive. It is, but also like you use so little of it every single day, you know, or every single night rather. Oh, wooga. Honestly, though, the main thing I would recommend is the hyaluronic acid from Cetaphil. The Cetaphil is like the base. It's super important. Yeah, I'll probably just go without the eye cream for a while. Skincare always matters, Storm. Skincare always matters. Also, it just feels nice and smells nice. Acid on face, smother self with butter, drink water. Yep, basically. Thanks for giving me hope. America has basically become a full-on case system and lots of similarities, by the way, here in India politically. I have a little hope, but also people are stubborn as shit. People are stubborn as shit, but I think that we're in a position where basically everyone is getting fucked here, and that is going to radicalize people against this regime. Like, again, these are not the moves of a competent fascist here, and I think that is going to be their undoing. Oh yeah, also if you're ever going outside, wear sunscreen. For the love of God, wear sunscreen. I'm sorry I don't have Sake Tanuki's money. It's okay. Not many people do. Competent fascists, no such thing. True. Thank God. No sunscreen. Do it. Do it. Otherwise, you'll die. I wonder why weren't they radicalized already? I don't get it. Because again, it's the empathy thing. It's the empathy singularity. You know, the the fascism singularity. The conspiracy singularity. Well, the part you need to be competent about is the seizing of power. If you are incompetently seizing power, that's when it gets real dangerous for you, you know? All right. Also, do we got any BWA energy? Any subs? Any donos? Any super chats? I'm Hispanic. Is it wrong to think I have natural sunscreen? You should wear sunscreen anyway, because even if you have darker skin, like you can still get like, you can still get like skin cancer and shit. It's true. The sun's not getting any less intense. Yeah. Whew. Don't necessarily worry about the size of your donation or whether or not you can even make a donation. Just contribute how you can. Some of us donate more because we know other people can't donate. True. True. Excellent words of wisdom, Paladin. As an autistic, sunscreen sets off my sensory issues. I understand. But like it is going to be the thing that like helps your skin stay nice and not cancerous. Also, like, try different sunscreens. Some of them are a lot easier and a lot less objectionable than others. If you have a deeper complexion and often have issues with white casts wearing sunscreen, highly recommend Black Girl Sunscreen, the brand. It comes oh god. It comes in a matte/dewy, so there are multiple sensory options. Oh, that's wonderful, ectobiologist. Or yeah, be cool, dress up as goth, and use a parasol. Yeah. Just don't go outside. True. Okay, let's move on because I wanted to talk just like a little bit. Let's do this. You guys are gonna hate me for this, but that's fine. So, folks, there is an organization called the Daily Wire. And I thought it might be worth it to take a look. What are they doing over there? Wow, how's the Daily Wire doing these days? And so I went to their YouTube page, and I gotta say, I don't know most of the people on like their header anymore. Like, I don't know this guy, I don't know this guy, I don't know this guy. That's Jordan Peterson, that's Matt Walsh, that's Ben Shapiro, that's Michael Knowles. I don't know this lady. That's I've genuinely forgotten his name. That's probably a blessing. I don't know this lady, and I don't know this guy. So like, they're down to like 4 recognizable faces, and like, I genuinely don't
Donate
know.
or the Dono Ghost will take your bones. Boo. Oh.
Ah, it's the Dono Ghost! Ah, it's coming for my bones. Ah! Thank you. Andrew Clavin, thank you. So they have 4 recognizable guys here in the middle, and I don't know the rest of these clowns. But I was like scrolling down, and I was just like, they are not making content. Like, I've been here, in the last few months, and the last thing I've watched from them is Identity Crisis, the trailer, and like, they've only had 8 videos since then, most of which are like over a month or 2 old. That's bizarre, And their most recent video is It's Norming in America, and I did watch that. I did pre-watch just a little bit. But like, this is like their big contribution to what's happening right now,
We better donate to stave off the Dono Ghost. Oh.
One ID Ethan, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very, very much appreciate it. And let's take a look.
It's a new day. The sun is rising, the birds are singing, and things are returning to normal. It's norming in America. Today, we're actually arresting shoplifters, and fewer businesses are being burned down. All over America, pronouns are being dropped from bios. Men are not having babies, and fewer drag queens are flashing their genitals at children. Videos like this one aren't being shadow banned as much. People are saying master bedroom. And look at that. White people are reappearing in commercials. Oh, and guys, we can say guys again. America, the fever has broken. Now we can be sensible, nicer, and normal. Join us, and let's never go back to those weird, angry, divisive times again. It's norming in America. Have a great norming, you hear?
So, like, I mean this from the bottom of my soul. What the fuck was that? Right? Wait, that was serious? That was serious. Right? And I just want to like ask, what was that? Cuz like this channel doesn't really post comedy, and that seemed like it was trying to be comedy for conservatives. I thought that was a leftist parody. Like, nope, it was not. And it was bitch made. But like, that's the bubble that they're in, right? Like, that's the bubble a lot of these folks are in, like, where they're like, yes, this is how it is, because they genuinely believe this. People want the link. Here you go. Here you go.
It's the new norming, same as the old norming.
Paladin Lost, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, I thought this was going to be like a new norm tie-in, like an ad for the new norm, or the whatever that like Twitter animated conservative series was. Like, I thought they were going to like announce like, oh, it's coming to like Daily Wire Plus or something like that. But like, this wasn't for anything, like this was, they put Daily Wire on like the end of it. They just Daily Wire, like, it's not like, what are you talking about? Like, also, there is no returning to normal. Like, this is gonna age like spoiled milk, specifically because people are gonna feel like it's anything but normal once these tariffs start hitting. You know, when like people are like en masse are gonna be unemployed because of, you know, the new norm in America. But like, let's just walk
The
through
sun
this
is
again,
rising,
right?
the birds are singing, and things are returning to normal.
Like, okay, just real quick.
Birds are singing, and things are returning to normal.
So normal is wandering through a field with your scythe over your shoulder while holding the hand of your lady? That's normal to you in America? Hand scything a field? What? Archangel DeCobb, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Ah, man, things are so normal when I'm walking through a field with my scythe.
It's norming in America.
Also, let's just real quick, just
It's norming.
I understand that they're just using random stock footage and they don't really give a shit. They just wanted like a symbol for America, but like conservatives hate the Statue of Liberty. Conservatives hate like the message the Statue of Liberty represents and the words engraved upon it. Like don't use that as your symbol for returning to normal when you're actually doing the exact opposite of the Statue of Liberty.
In America. Today, we're actually arresting shoplifters.
That was still happening. That was happening before. You haven't done anything that makes it more likely now.
And fewer businesses are being burned down.
Citation needed on that one.
All over America, pronouns are being dropped from bios.
Not really. Like, maybe from, like, corporate executives, but, like, no one gave a shit about them before.
Men are not having babies. And
What is that?
are
Sorry.
being dropped from bios. Men are not having babies.
What? Like, understand what's happened here is that they've gotten so transphobic that they think, like, men aren't becoming fathers anymore. Like, they're so transphobic, they're saying, like, men aren't even, like, ejaculating anymore, and that's so weird to me. I understand that this is, like, supposed to be transphobic as fuck, but, like, genuinely, the first time I watched this, I was like, are they saying, like, conservative men can't, like, ejaculate anymore? Like, I'm just, like, what? They're so transphobic that it's becoming, like, just bizarre to me.
And fewer drag queens are flashing their genitals at children.
This, again, Daily Wire, don't want to tell you how to do your jobs here, but, like, when you say something like that in your ad that's supposed to be normal, you're not the normal one. You know? Like, you're not the normal one if you're bringing that up in your video about a return to normalcy. Right? But also, like, that wasn't happening before, and it's still not happening. Like, you made up your own problem to be mad at here. It's bizarre. Hand harvesting your wheat is all part of the Trump degrowth plan.
Videos like this one aren't being shadow banned as much.
What? Like, I'm wondering, okay, so now I'm wondering, did they pay to, like, try and boost this video in, like, the algorithm somehow? Like, did they pay for a bunch of views on, I don't know. Like, that's weird. It's weird to just bring up, we're not being shadow banned as much. Like, So you're still being shadow banned? Like, what is the claim you're making here? Yeah, normies don't talk about being shadow banned. If you're a normal person, you don't know what the fuck that is. God.
People are saying master bedroom.
People stopped? Like, I'm a socialist far left lady, okay? People stopped saying master bedroom? Like, I feel like I vaguely remember like a viral post from conservatives saying like, "Oh yeah, we had to stop saying master bedroom because it wasn't woke because it sounded like you were saying there was a master and a slave in the house." Like what? This is a made up problem. Like, oh, okay, you don't want to call it a master bedroom? Primary bedroom? Oh no, the end of the world. But like, even if you did stop, that's not a big deal. You don't have to be worried about that. It was a big problem because 6 people live in that room now.
And look at that. White people are reappearing in commercials.
As a white person, I don't think we ever stopped appearing in commercials. I don't think that was I don't think we Help, I felt so erased the last 4 years under Biden. No one could see me because I was white. I just blended into the void. Like, understand what like an alternative reality these people live in. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. These people are weird as hell. And like, I think it's fine to respond to any of these talking points by like, if you encounter someone in real life making them, to look at someone and be like, it's weird that you think that. Like, you're weird for thinking that. Stop being weird. Like, I think it's totally fine to just call out individuals who are gonna be saying this just because they heard it told to them. They never bothered to check any of it. And like, just call them out for being weird little guys. Stop it. What the fuck are you on about? Because they're relying on people nodding along and going like, "Oh yeah, white. I haven't seen a white person in a commercial for ages." You know who doesn't say that? Normal people. Normal people don't go, I only see black people in commercials now. That's not a normal thing. Genuinely, I don't keep like a mental like tracker in my head about like, oh man, when was the last time I saw a white guy in a commercial? Like, are you kidding me? What are you on about?
Oh, and guys.
Also, you have a commercial right here. And you're using footage of a bunch of not white people in your own commercial. Like, how can you say what you just said and then go to this? I thought you said we were coming back. We were back, baby. I thought you said we were back.
Guys. We can say guys again.
We never had to stop. We never had to
Thanks
stop.
for connecting two shimps in Roy's district. Your work matters, especially in red states. Good job, Jack.
Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 super chat, and you're very welcome. I just... We can say guys again. Hey guys, did I ever stop? Did did anyone? Also, like, you know, there's a very simple way, really, for normal people to understand this. Normal people just use catch-all terms like, hey guys, what's up? But also what normal people do is if somebody goes, hey, can you not use that term because it makes me uncomfortable, you know, in our little friend group, a normal person goes, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll do my best. Sorry, chums. Like, and then, like, just carries on. Like, finds better words to use. You know, like... like... That's the normal response. Like, the fact that they made a commercial trying to say that things were returning to normal, but in, like, the least normal, most unhinged way, where, like, I played this for you guys, and so many of you were like, wait, this wasn't satire? Because of how everything in this is basically insane bullshit. Like, yeah, just... yeah, point out that it's insane bullshit. Do it more, nonstop.
America, the fever has broken. Now we can be sensible, nicer, and normal.
Yeah, you know what's really normal?
Now we can be sensible, nicer.
This is the real normal. It's really normal for most men in America to be in a completely open field on a horse, putting on a cowboy hat. That's the normal American experience. Everybody does this. All girls are horse girls. We know that.
And normal. Join us. And let's never go back to those weird, angry, divisive times again. It's...
Can we just hang on this for a split second? It's normal in America. Over like a stock footage clip of a guy doing one of the least normal things, being on top of a goddamn mountain. This is it's normal to climb mountains. Everybody does this. Also, just real quick, if you have to say join us, you're not normal. Right? Like, you know that. Like, if you're saying join us, you're not the normal ones. You're the normies don't have to say that because they're the normies.
It's norming in America. Have a great norming. You hear?
I do wonder if this is stock footage or if it is like just like it's not listed as AI anywhere here. Chaos is fading, the pronouns are retreating. Fucking pronouns. Drag Queen Story Hour just got canceled. This isn't a glitch in the Matrix. It's the return of normal on purpose. It's a new day. The sun is rising. The birds are singing. It's norming in America. This is weird as shit. Also, Drag Queen Story Hour hasn't stopped. People are still doing Drag Queen Story Hour. Like, what are you talking about? How is the description less normal than the video? Genuinely, I have no idea. One of the top comments on this was, thought this was satirical, but then realized you guys were serious. Made it even funnier. Also, great. Now my wife and I can listen to Baby It's Cold Outside again. Like, holy shit. These people are the biggest babies. Wow. Fuck. Some of these are insane. These last 4 years with the dementia patient puppet president have been like a Twilight Zone episode. Clearly from a time traveler from 4 years in the future. God. So anyway, I guess that's what the Daily Wire is up to right now. I'm sorry to subject you to that, but they just are embracing living in an alternate reality. And I think it's worth to point at that and laugh sometimes. Boop. Segment done. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe on the video, because I forgot to say it at the top of that segment, but you know what? My editor might put this in at the end. Good job. I appreciate you. Whew. Are they bankrupt or something? I genuinely have no idea. Daily Wire did fire like their CEO a while back. All right. Now, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because, folks, that's what allows me to keep doing this content day after day, hour after hour. Work is never over. It's Norman time, y'all. The French in 1066. Fuck. I don't know. Did any of you get that joke? Was that too niche? I did. Thank you, Mr. Malachite. I appreciate you. Yeah, they are treading water. They need to have Ben Shapiro do more debates against college students. Don't have any water? I have this delicious peach tea. Now, folks. You guys ready for some content? But the college students keep destroying him. True. All right. Oh, my hair is so long. Okay. Nailed it. Nailed it.
What's the difference between the LNP and a bus? A bus has 40 seats.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, congratulations to every Australian in chat. Well done, not electing a potato. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay? Like, you guys were presented a choice between a kind of not great option and a really fucking terrible one, and you took a better course of action. Good job, everybody. Appreciate you. Great joke too, right? Wasn't it 10 out of 10?
Just call me Angel of the Norming. Angel. I'll deport you if you don't agree, baby.
Oh, God. Yeah. Fuck. My brain went in a weird direction that isn't appropriate. Cute dark arts. Oh, mommy. All right. You guys are gonna hate me for this, but we're gonna jump into it. Hey, Spherical
Jack.
Man.
Picking up where I left off. Lol. It's norming time.
It's Norman time. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. You've been subscribed for 19 goddamn months. Let's go. All right. So, yeah, let's talk about it. Let's fuck it. You guys are gonna hate this segment, but you know, I get to do it anyway. Whew. Hit the button. So, folks, there's this guy named Matthew Walsh. And Matthew has some spicy takes, to say the least. And before we get too into it, I just want to preface this by saying I watched approximately like 10 seconds of this and laughed really, really hard. So I think you guys are going to enjoy at least a bit of it. But that being said, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Really helps out the channel when you do. So do the things, please. And with that being said, let's dive in. So some context here. There is a lady who has gone a bit viral, and her name is Shiloh Hendricks, and she's gone viral because she called a small child the N-word repeatedly and then was confronted by that boy's father and continued to use the N-word, and the video's really disturbing. And she then cried about it on the internet and has since gotten over $500,000 from white supremacists. Yeah, when confronted about it, she said, "I just called him what he was." Because she accused this small special needs boy the N-word for, she claims he tried to steal from her bag. And so, yeah, it's one of the most blatantly, like, racist things I've seen in a while, and this happened in my home state, and I feel disgusted by it extremely. It's really, really gross. So, I wonder what Matt Walsh has to say about all of this. Clearly a paragon of reason and understanding. After all, he is the ultimate woman understander.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, major controversy over a viral video of a woman using a racial slur at a playground. Now the woman has raised over $500,000. Is this evidence that white supremacy is alive and well in America? Or does it show us something else? Well, I'm going with something else, and we'll talk about it. Also,
but like of course you are, dude. like, like, fuck. No, it's anything but racism, actually. About the video of like a lady doing maybe one of the most racist things you could do, like one of the most overtly racist things you could do. God.
Trump announces a plan to reopen the prison island Alcatraz, and Democrats...
Yeah, we're gonna skip this to just him talking about this.
Now, you may have heard the name Shiloh Hendricks. Up until last week, no one outside of her friends and personal acquaintances knew she existed. Now she's at the center of one of the more intense social media controversies that we've seen in recent years. And it all began in the late afternoon on April 28th, when the woman we now know as Shiloh Hendricks took her young child to a park in Rochester, Minnesota. And at some point, a black child, reportedly 5 years old, tried to steal something from...
A black child, reportedly 5. Like, What? Why did you clarify it like that? Oh, was he a particularly large 5-year-old? Like what? Was he intimidatingly big? Oh, what do you Oh, were you gonna card him? But like, then you were like, no, he's obviously I don't need to card him. He's too large. Like, what are you talking about?
Her diaper
Yeah,
bag.
the young adult 5-year-old.
Shiloh apparently responded in anger, and as the story goes, she called the boy the N-word. Now, a man named Sharmaki Omar, a Somali immigrant and not the boy's father, allegedly witnessed
I don't know if he's gonna show the video. Oh yeah, he does. Okay.
this altercation and decided to pull out his phone. And the resulting video has gone extremely viral across every major social media platform. Here it is.
You call him a child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's you dumb.
Nobody digging to your
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call a child, 5-year-old, and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Now, before we continue with the story, which takes several more twists and turns,
Several more twists and turns. What we have here is like a piece of shit white lady whose response to a small child doing what small children do. Like children who are 5, 4, and children who are, like have mental disabilities in some way. I believe that was the case with this 5-year-old, unless I got some bad reporting. But like, they don't have a strong sense of personal property when it comes to like stuff that isn't theirs. Like kids will like grab a candy bar. They'll like walk up and like grab like a random adult's like trouser leg and then like, walk along with it. Like they'll look up and like realize, oh wait, that's not my mom. Like that's a thing that kids do. And responding to it while you're on a playground with your own children by going to racial slurs is bizarre. Like that's some deeply fucked up behavior, right? That's racist as fuck and disgusting. And like the fact that then she just kind of like glorifies in it on camera when confronted, like it kind of shows what kind of a person she is. That what's at play here is just out and out racism. Yeah, it's actually quite normal for that kid's parent to be like, "Hey, why did you do that? You know that you're doing hate speech, right?" Like even in the video, like he's clearly upset that his child just got called racial slurs, but like he's like, you know that's hate speech, right? Like what why did you do that? And she just says that, oh, that's what he is. And the fact that this then provoked people to give her over $500,000 because she decided to be racist, virulently racist, not just like a little, like virulently racist. And she was claiming, oh, I need to raise money because we need to move because people found out, my name and where I lived. And, I need to move and get a different job. And like trying to plead about the fact that, well, I have a family, like I need to do all this. Like, I'm sorry, but like, the fact that people decided to reward her behavior with $500,000 deeply troubles me, you know? Yeah, like, there are consequences to your speech. There are consequences to going out onto a playground and, like, calling children slurs. Like, and frankly, like, this is a deeply sick scenario. And it is going to encourage other people to do the same thing.
We should note a few things. First of all, we don't actually know for sure that the boy is 5 years old. That's coming from the man filming, who is apparently not related to the child. In the video, we appear to get a glimpse of the kid, and from the glimpse anyway, he definitely looks older than 5.
Man, I love that Matt Walsh is like, that kid could be 6. That he's pretty big for 5. I don't know. I think I still need to see his ID in case he wants to buy beer. Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
Omar has additionally claimed that the boy is autistic, which we also have no proof of, and we have no footage of the actual encounter between the kid.
Okay, so he's autistic. Okay. So again, he's autistic, an autistic 5-year-old who, like, went into someone's bag. Like, I don't know. Like, the proper way to deal with that is to just, like, go to the boy's father and be like, "Hey, your son took something out of my bag. Can I have it back, please?" Like, you explain the situation like you would to an adult. You know, you don't go and yell slurs at a small boy.
This woman, did she scream the N-word in his face? Did she mutter?
Oh yeah, what are the circumstances of her deciding to say the N-word? Like, maybe she said it in a super classy way. Maybe she said it, like, very demurely. You know, a very demure N-word usage. Yeah, that would definitely make it better. Although one thing working against you, Matt, is frankly that she is then on video just saying it over and over and over again with no compunction whatsoever about doing so. It wasn't a cute look, I have to say.
It under her breath? Did she say it about the child after he'd already run away? We don't know. And as far as I've seen, we haven't heard.
I love how he presents this as a bunch of unknowns. Honestly, and I know I bring this up a lot, but, like, this is giving me flashbacks to the time that Matt Walsh defended a child molester by saying that, you know, if his child was molested, he doesn't know that he would call the cops. So that's just something to know about Matt Walsh. Worth noting.
Heard anything from the boy's parents. We don't know where they were in all of this, if they were even there, which is very strange. So there are many aspects of this story that are bizarre and unconfirmed. And
yeah, by the way, in case anyone's like, "Oh, but Jack, you need receipts." Just you know, just to note, the post is still up on Blaze Media. The Duggars aren't hypocrites, progressives are. And let's just roll this down here. I know I'm opening myself up to some serious criticism here, but let me be honest with you. If my own son, God forbid, came to me and admitted to doing what Josh Duggar did, I don't know that I'd immediately run to the cops. Would you? Is it really that simple? The decision to have your child arrested as a sex offender would be an automatic thing for you? Really? I guess I'm just a horrible person then. And, yeah. If my child came to me and admitted to to molesting 2 of my other children, I would report that to the police immediately. So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't really trust his takes on what it is and is not okay to say to children, considering that particular piece of his backstory.
And here's another disturbing detail. The Somali man behind the camera, Omar, was charged a couple of years ago with sexually assaulting a minor. And according to
Citation needed.
the local news channel KTTC, those charges were dismissed. A separate report by the local ABC affiliate.
Oh. So he was charged, but then the charges were dismissed, meaning he was never convicted of anything. Meaning there was not sufficient evidence to determine that he did that. So nothing. Thanks.
Affiliate adds that the charges were dismissed, quote, in the interest of justice, whatever the hell that means.
That means they didn't have the evidence to prosecute it. Like it clearly. You know what? Sorry, he referenced the news site. Let's take.
But charges were
let's take a
dismissed.
look.
Charges were dismissed.
KTTC. Let's see. RPD concludes investigation into viral video. Oh, interesting. Its findings have been submitted to the Rochester City Attorney's Office for review and consideration for a charging decision. RPD has not indicated which charges were recommended. That's so interesting. I do hope that it does get charged. Now, that didn't have the information I was looking for in it, but interesting little update. Here we go.
This is KTTC News.
Thanks for joining us this evening. I'm Olivia Pronzinski in for Brock. KTTC is continuing to follow the latest after a video reportedly shot in a Rochester park. When
I'm sorry that I can't do anything about the subtitles. There. Oh, maybe I can. Wait. Ha ha ha! Font size. That's the. How about X? That's the largest I. Okay, fine.
Went viral last week involving racial slurs against a child at a park. Rochester police actively looking into the video showing a woman holding a small child making racist slurs in reference to another child at the playground who she claims had taken something belonging to her child. The person recording the video alludes to the child being targeted as having special needs. Tonight, KTTC's Ryder Blair spoke with the man behind the camera. Ryder.
Olivia, last week at Roy Sutherland Park, Shamarke Omar says he noticed a woman yelling racial slurs at a 5-year-old African-American boy, and he felt it was only right to defend the child, record the incident on his phone, and post it on social media. Now, Omar says he and his children are receiving death threats for what he thought was an act of justice.
If he was my child, I would want somebody else to stand up for him.
On the evening of April 28th, Shamarke Omar says he started recording a now viral video of a woman shouting racial slurs at a 5-year-old special needs boy.
I thought she was going to deny it and walk away. When there was a video and she saw that I was recording, she doubled down and even tripled down now.
With a child of his own on the spectrum, Omar says he felt he was doing what he thought was right.
If nobody else is going to do it, I'm going to have to do it. I don't have to ask permission, or should I do it or not, for anybody.
A woman who has identified herself.
Dude, he seems like a good guy. You know, I would want someone to stand up. Like, if I had a kid, I would want someone to stand up for him. You know, if he was getting called slurs, like good on him. Like you want to embarrass someone like this so that they walk away from the playground. because they could genuinely be a threat to the children there. Like, if this lady's willing to call a little boy slurs, what else would she be willing to do to harm a child? You know?
Shiloh Hendricks has crowdfunded more than $430,000 as of Friday night with a goal of $1 million to protect her family after she says her personal information was released, asking, quote, "help to assist in protecting my family. I fear that we must relocate," end quote.
I don't know what to say. It's mind-boggling. I don't know. I thought she was going to get punished for this, but apparently not. She's getting rewarded.
Meanwhile, the Rochester branch of the NAACP has showed its support for the child affected by also crowdfunding more than $150,000 in donations by Friday night with a goal of $250,000. Omar says he and his family have received death threats.
He's been threatened, and the rest of the kids also have a death threat against them.
To the 15,000 supporters who have donated to Hendricks' fundraiser, Omar says this.
Living with hate, it's very stressful. And it shortens your life. So being happy and welcoming is the better way. Change yourselves.
A point that has made the rounds on
Holy fuck, what a good dude. Jesus.
Social media in discussion of this incident that we do want to disclose is in 2022, Omar was charged with 2 sexual assault charges, but both have been dismissed. We have made ongoing efforts to contact Hendricks to report on her side of the story, but we have yet to receive a response. Live in the studio, Ryder Blair, KTTC News.
Oh, we're good. We don't need dogs. I mean, we do, but not right now. Okay, so like literally no information about the charges, probably because he was charged. They were found to be completely without merit, and then subsequently dropped and sealed so that like it wouldn't besmirch his like name, considering that's like, if you are arrested for that, that's probably going to be damaging to you as a person, even if there's no merit to the charges. Hence why Matt Walsh is doing what he's doing right now.
A separate report by the local ABC affiliate adds that the charges were dismissed.
Again, just worth pointing out that Matt Walsh is fine with his own children being molested. Just throwing that out there. He wrote that himself, so I don't know. That seems to have more merit to me, that Matt Walsh is a danger to children, than like charges that were dismissed. Just throwing that out there.
Quote, "in the interest of justice," whatever the hell that means. But whatever it means, now Omar, who was previously charged with sexually assaulting a minor, is at a playground with his camera.
Hey, Matt Walsh, aren't you someone who has literally said that adult men should have sex with children because they're more fertile? Am I recalling that? Just Matt Walsh, fertile. Let's see. Huh. Hey, here's a Media Matters post from 2022. Deleted Matt Walsh blog post calls the concept of adolescence a modern plague. Interesting. According to a version of the blog post stored in the Internet Archive, the Daily Wire personality argued that virtually every culture has its own child into adult initiation, and almost all of them happen significantly before the 18th birthday. In his 2013 blog post, Walsh, who has helped lead a right-wing campaign of harassment against children's hospitals providing life-saving, gender-affirming care to trans youth, and who has previously slandered LGBTQ people as groomers, wrote, "In modern Western society, we've delayed the onset of adulthood, instead inventing a new sort of human, the teenager. The teenager exists in this limbo which we've created. We call it adolescence. Adolescence is a state-of-the-art modern invention like crack cocaine or chemical warfare. Adolescence isn't a product of brain chemistry, it's a product of our expectations. If we expect 23-year-olds to act like they're 13, then we will get just that. For thousands of years, 13-year-olds were expected to act like they're 23, and those expectations were met. At about 16, you're an adult who is mature and can make decisions. You are that at 16. I don't care what anybody says. And if you're going to tell me it's different, well, then how come for the first 10,000 years of human civilization, that's the way it was? It's just recently where all of a sudden we're all rapists until we're 25? Or perhaps that it's it might also be the R slur. Cool stuff. Anyway, it's not rapists. Oh, okay. We're talking R slur. All right. Which, by the way, the reason he's saying we're all R slurs until we're 23, or sorry, 25. My bad. Didn't mean to misquote him. The reason he's saying that is because it would be wrong to have sex with an R slur because they can't consent. But, you know, if they're 16 and adolescence is completely fictional, he thinks it's totally okay to have sex with children. Anyway, so that's Matt Walsh's stance when it comes to how seriously he takes sex crimes against children. He, in fact, encourages them. But, you know, go off, King.
Out filming. So make of all of that what you will. So there are quite a few details that still need to be filled in here, but the saga continues anyway. What happened next is quite predictable. The social media mob went to work. They set out to identify this, at the time, anonymous woman and ruin her life, or worse. Here's one of the guys who got things kicked off. Watch.
God help us. She claims that other child took her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism. He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children. She doesn't need to be on a playground or around other kids. And she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning. So Rochester, Minnesota, someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her
and they are pursuing charges of some kind, which is great. Good. She should be charged.
tattoos. You can see her face clearly. Someone please tell me who she is.
Okay, so she's a danger to children. She shouldn't be allowed at playgrounds. She should.
And Matt Walsh knows a thing or two about being a danger to children, having led a campaign to dox and bomb hospitals. So, you know, good. He knows what he's talking about.
Shouldn't be allowed at playgrounds. Not the guy that was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. But he says, please, internet, find her.
Hey, you know, again, those charges were dropped, and Matt Walsh, who's the one who is on the record as talking about how it's totally fine to have sex with 13-year-olds because they act like they're 23 if you expect them to? Who's the one on the record about that when it comes to 13-year-olds? Matt?
And countless others joined in, and in some cases, they were calling for the woman to be imprisoned for saying a bad word. Watch.
Share. I'm trying to find the one.
Wait. Real talk. Matt, people aren't saying she should be imprisoned for saying a bad word. It's harassing and using hate speech against a child, physically pursuing said child on a playground. Like, that's... you know, attempting to intimidate other parents on the playground you went to, like that. Those are things that are, at the very least, bordering on criminality, if not outright criminal in nature. Like, it's not just saying a bad word. Like, if you say the N-word, and I know this might be controversial, if you say the N-word just in public, the police don't come and don't come and like arrest you. There isn't in fact a language police, at least not yet, in Trump's America. And that's not the main issue. It's relevant to the main issue because this woman is a virulent bigot and racist. But like, the main issue is the intimidation and threatening nature of her actions towards a 5-year-old child, and how that makes her dangerous to the wider community.
Woman who called the little boy the N-word, the 5-year-old little boy, artistic boy. She needs to be found and locked up. So please tap in.
Now, there are many other videos of people hoping that she would be found and physically assaulted or killed. Some were even threatening violence against her baby that you can see in the video. Here's one example.
He said, "Hey, TikTok, I just got a real quick question. So we all know what happened with Shiloh Hendricks and how she got all this money, right? Off all the wrong reasons. But you know what? It is what it is at this point, right? So I'm just sitting here thinking, what about the baby? What about the baby? Because technically, that baby is going to grow up and be part of the Triple K. That baby might grow up to be Hitler. That baby is going to grow up and probably be the worst of the worst out there in the world. And you know what? I don't want that baby policing children that look like me. I don't want that baby growing up doing anything else that to people that look like me, all because it was taught that. But since, unfortunately, CPS is not going to be able to do nothing, what should we do? I think you guys should let me know in the comments, because part of my thinking was, start a GoFundMe, you know, raise about $1 million, go slap the hell out that baby, make that baby brainless or something for a while. At least you still get to live. I mean, it just might be a little, you know, but hey, that's what happens when you grow up with racist ass parents. You gotta eat their consequences.
Now,
yeah, I don't think the solution to this is doing violence against a baby. Like I don't think that's the solution here, obviously. But also, everyone involved in this story is getting death threats. Everyone involved in this story is having their like children threatened as well. Like we just watched that news report about Omar's family and how his children are getting death threats. You know, notice that, by the way, that despite the fact that Matt Walsh referenced the reporting that we watched just now, not just now, but like a few minutes ago, he's not mentioning the fact that like Omar's kids are also getting threatened. That's really interesting. You know, I just think that it's an interesting thing for him to omit.
I would say that encouraging people to beat a baby unconscious is worse than saying a bad word to a child, a lot worse.
I think physically attempting to follow and slur a child on a playground is actually a lot worse than anything people just say on the internet. Actually, like I think that's actually like a worse thing, because I'm just gonna throw this out there. I don't think that guy has the ability to make a GoFundMe that gets like $1 million for him to slap a baby. Like I don't think that's actually like a feasible thing, as opposed to that woman was definitely physically present following a child and calling him slurs and then defending said slurs by saying more slurs and then attempting to threaten other parents on the playground. So like, I think that that's actually worse for a lot of different, very obvious reasons.
And yet there's no mob forming against that guy or the dozens of other people who hit like on that video. So this is all unfolded as you would expect up to this point, leading to the predictable news that the Rochester...
No, but people... Yeah, I'm not saying it's good to like go on the internet and say you want to slap somebody's baby and slap its brains out. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that's bad, but I am saying that like the worst thing here is like the physical intimidation and threats towards like other parents on a playground when someone's physically present and is clearly deranged enough to yell slurs at a child. Like that's clearly like that's a more like immediate threat than like some guy on TikTok saying that he's going to hypothetically raise $1 million to slap a baby.
The police department is now actively investigating the woman, and others began calling for CPS to get involved and remove her child from the home. For example, there's a guy we'll put up on the screen who wrote a letter to CPS, which he published on his website, claiming again that Shiloh is a danger to her own child and that the child should.
What? Wait, she is. Any person who's going onto a playground and for any reason calling other like little boys slurs, they are a danger to other people's children at the very least. Like that's not something someone who's safe to be around does. I'm sorry. Like, does Matt Walsh think that like his kids should play on a playground where someone is yelling racial slurs? Where like someone's walking through it yelling racial slurs at another person who's holding a camera? Like, does Matt Walsh think that his like 5-year-old should like be yelled at by a random stranger and called slurs and followed? My guess is Matt Walsh is at the bare minimum a good enough father to recognize that that is a danger to his child. Though, again, that is a real stretch considering he wouldn't even report the sexual assault of his own children to the police. So, you know, maybe that's too charitable to him.
Should be taken out of the home. And pretty soon, with thousands upon thousands of people whipped into a pitchfork mob, she had been identified by name, but not just her name. Her phone number was posted all over the internet, her address, her social security number, her alleged places of employment. People were calling her phone and making death threats and then bragging about it openly. Again, so far this story is following the script that we all know by heart. A random person is caught on camera doing something rude or offensive. The video is posted by some third party, usually somebody who wasn't even involved in the incident. And then thousands of sociopaths set out to destroy the person's life and possibly get them killed, all for sport, as a form of like sadistic entertainment. Nobody stops to think about.
I mean, it's less for entertainment, I would imagine, and more for like some kind of justice to occur in the situation. Largely because, hey, people don't like racists. Most normal people don't like white supremacist trash. Most normal people think that the Ku Klux Klan is fucking weird as shit and disgusting. Normal people think that, Matt Walsh.
The consequences. There's no consideration of proportionality. Saying the N-word to a child in a moment of anger is bad.
But not sociopathic. It's bad, but like I mean, come on, who hasn't? Am I right? Like, are you kidding me, Matt? Are you fucking real?
Is it so bad that it warrants the total and permanent destruction of a person's life? Is it?
Look, hey, Matt, if you want to try this out, say the N-word on your show. Say the N-word on your show, Matt, and see how fast you get fired. Because no matter what kind of job you have, people don't want to work alongside racists. And you know, because you work in media, that if you said it on camera, your career would effectively be over, even in the far-right circles you inhabit. Because it would tarnish the brand of the place you work irreparably. You know that. And it would tarnish the brand because people don't fucking like racists.
Is it so bad that they deserve to have their physical safety and the safety of their family put in jeopardy? Is it so bad?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not that bad, he should say the word, right? Prove his point.
That they deserve to have their child assaulted? Is it that kind of bad? Now, to the social media mob, the answer is always yes. It's always yes, that is, provided that the offending stranger fits certain parameters. And the most important parameter is that the person, the offender, is white. And we all know how this script ends. The offender, in a desperate attempt to...
Wait, no, the important thing is, like, who it's being said to. and what the context is, right? That's the important part. The important part here is that it was said to a child on a playground by an adult who is following him. That's the important part here. The important part is not, oh, the the worst word ever was said and the universe must explode. Like, no, that's not it. It was used to intimidate a 5-year-old, you fucking freak.
To call off the dogs, tearfully apologizes and begs for mercy, a mercy that they surely will not receive. But that is where the M. Night Shyamalan twist ending comes into play. Because
M. Night Shyamalan, I guess a guy who really likes racists, question mark? Why are you invoking M. Night I know he's doing it because of the twist, but like, dog, keep his name out of your mouth.
Shiloh Hendrix did not apologize. Instead, she posted a crowdfunding campaign on Give, Send, Go, where she doubled down and defended her actions and asked for help to relocate and get her family to safety. And then a double twist.
Hey, also, just throwing this out there, that's not a twist. Also, you're not going to be able to move sufficiently to be able to avoid that detection. Like, you can move, of course, but like, people are gonna want to know what your history is. You're never gonna escape that, like the fucking fact that you did that on camera, boldly and brazenly. A racist doubling down is not a twist. It's like the oldest story in the book, and like, she's just like there's no. Her life is effectively ruined, and I only hope that she sees that and gets charged with something sufficient, because, like, fuck that. This is all so disgusting.
A different group formed to counter the outrage mob. They started donating to her campaign, and she surpassed her original.
Also, Nidot, I don't believe that Matt Walsh put his peen on coworkers' shoulders. That of course was Steven Crowder.
Funding goal in less than a day. Within 3 days, she had earned over $500,000. Now she's somewhere north of $600,000. So the woman who was supposed to have her life ruined by the mob is instead on her way to potentially becoming a millionaire. Now, this twist, as you can imagine, has outraged the outrage mob even more, but a large number of prominent people on the right are also horrified by this turn of events. Just as one example, Colin Wright tweeted, "The woke right is now mirroring the woke left's tendency to glorify and martyr immoral degenerates solely based on shared racial identity. This woke one-upmanship is a race to the very bottom."
I love, by the way, that Elijah Schaffer is just like, we won because an open racist raised more money than a black guy.
Many conservative influencers and commentators, many of them who I like and respect, have echoed this.
By the way, Elijah Schaffer is a guy who thinks that nukes are fake. Like, literally fake. So, and is also a raging anti-Semite. I did a whole video about it. I actually have done multiple videos about that. I love that, like, Matt Walsh has nothing to say about those things, but, like, you know, like, it's totally fine to call a small boy the N-word.
This sentiment. They say that, you know, the people donating to this woman are behaving no better than the left. They say that this is the right's version of the Carmelo Anthony fundraiser that also raised $500,000, even though he stabbed somebody to death, which I hope we...
Yeah, no, Holly Hoomst is 100% correct. Elijah Schaffer thinks that nukes are fake because they're Jewish magic, and I'm not exaggerating. That's true.
You can agree is far, far worse than saying a bad word. Some have even speculated that this whole thing is some kind of psyop meant to delegitimize the movement and make conservatives look racist. To that, I must assure them, despite how it may seem, that not everything is a psyop. There are things that really just happen in life. Some things do just happen, and I think this is one of them. Now,
but not trans people. Trans people don't just happen. That, you know, just some things like racism. That's something that just happens. Can't explain that.
I understand that some people on my side feel to put it scientifically, icky about this whole thing. I understand why they feel icky. I understand why they don't want to
Do you? Because I get the distinct impression you approve of her actions. Like, there has never been anything that this Confederate flag wearing motherfucker has done that would convince me that he opposes calling black people the N-word. And if you're wondering why I said Confederate flag wearing motherfucker, and just pull this up. We have that. Oh, I didn't have it teed up. I'm so sorry. I look like a fool. There we go.
Well, the next presidential election is coming up pretty darn soon. And heck, all the hooting and hollering can get pretty overwhelming at times. That's why all you need to do is remember, in 2012, it's time to put a Republican back in the White House. Yeah, we've fooled around with these Democrats long enough. Time to come on back to the GOP. You see, the GOP has a long history of being righteous, freedom-loving, principled public servants. To show you what we mean, let's take a little walk through history. You see, the first ever Republican president was none other than Abraham Lincoln. He believed so much in states' rights that he sent hundreds of thousands of federal troops into sovereign states and just started killing everyone. Until, that is, they agreed to not leave the Union. Lincoln was so adamant about states' rights that he would kill to keep states from leaving because he wanted there to be as many states as possible that he could give rights to. The more states, the more rights. Well, that's just plain logic. After Lincoln, Republicans continued their tradition of supporting liberty and freedom. Like during Reconstruction, when they turned the South into military districts and put them under martial law for a decade. As the years progressed, Republicans continued to be stalwart defenders of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like when we Republicans supported prohibition in the 1920s. After all, folks should be free from having to decide what kind of beer they're going to drink when they get home from work. All we Republicans really need is a glass of tomato juice. Tomato juice don't come in different flavors. They're all just a bunch of tomatoes. We had some good years in the 1900s, but only when a Republican was in office, that is. Only when there was a man of true character, like, say, noted Republican Richard Nixon. You know what? Just a plain old honest guy. You gotta respect that. Of course, now that brings us to the great Lord Master Reagan himself. Lord Reagan was a small government conservative through and through. He was so into shrinking government that he grew it by 90% during his time in office. He did.
I don't know if we should watch the rest of this because I think the most important part is that Matt Walsh defends slavery. Matt Walsh was defending the Confederacy. Like, this is for his Matt and Crank program back in 2011. Because Matt Walsh used to be a radio shock jock host. So he was doing comedy. You know, the hard-hitting comedy of defending the Confederacy and slavery. super cool. Anyway, here's just a little thing from 2010. From again, this is from Media Matters. Just a little thing about this from the Matt and Crank program. You might notice that this shirt is very interesting. The man in that shirt is Matt Walsh.
What are you guys doing?
Show crack! Get out! Leave! Close the door! Bring me...
That's Matt Walsh in with a Confederate battle flag on his shirt. Casually wearing it.
Pancakes!
You know, I get the feeling that he doesn't have a whole lot of compunction about saying the N-word. There's just a hunch I get from his comedic genius of wearing a Confederate battle flag and, you know, criticizing Lincoln for ending the Confederacy and also defending a woman who repeatedly called the child the N-word. So,
condone saying racial slurs to children. I don't want to condone it either, and I don't. And nobody really does. But I think they're missing the point. You know, I don't think they understand what's actually happening here or why. It is, in the end, a net positive that this woman has raised $500,000. I'm glad she has. I hope she raises $1 million.
I hope she raises $1 million. She did a real service by calling that 5-year-old autistic boy the N-word.
I will not be joining with some of my conservative friends in wagging my finger at her donors, and I'll explain why.
I don't want to condone it, but I do want her to get $1 million for doing it. If you think that someone deserves $1 million for something, you're condoning it, no? Like, that seems like it kind of goes hand in hand.
First of all, she does have a legitimate need for the money. The mob is truly trying to get her killed. I don't believe that a woman should have her life threatened for saying a word, even a bad one.
Unless, you know, that woman is working at a hospital that serves children, right, Matt? Unless that hospital or the hospital workers are women who provide gender-affirming care, right, Matt? Because you have a history of leading groups of people who want to bomb hospitals and threaten to do so often, Matt. Piece of shit.
Now, you could say freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences for your speech, all you want. But if losing your livelihood and having your house burned down is a consequence of your speech...
Wait, her house didn't burn down. You also don't know that she lost her livelihood. You know, it's really interesting here that, like, you started out this segment by saying, like, alleged 5-year-old, but now you're just straight up saying, oh, man, this woman might not ever be able to work again. Oh, man, her house might burn down. Like, it seems a bit weird, right? Seems a bit strange, no? Also, again, if this is such a triumph of over public opinion, Matt, just say the word on your show.
Then you do not have free speech. Supporting free speech means supporting someone's ability to speak without having their family murdered for it.
And I support Matt Walsh's right to speak and say the N-word on his show. I support that. I want to see him do it. So I support it so much. I want to see him do it. I support that. And you know what? I support it. And his family shouldn't be murdered for it. I support that. I don't think that's free speech, actually. Yeah, I mean, actually, free speech is just free from being censored by the government. It's not freedom from consequences of your actions. And also, let's be real clear here, Matt Walsh is absolutely fine censoring any speech he doesn't like. It's a double standard he has. He would love to wipe out every single book about transgender people, every single medical resource, every single DSM. He would love to wipe it out with the push of a button, and he would. Because he's not a free speech absolutist. He's a fascist. And a liar. And someone who at the very least supports pedophilia. Or did at one point in his life.
Okay, I mean, that should be pretty obvious. Second, more importantly, and this is the part that I really need everyone to stop and think about. This is the most devastating attack on cancel culture that we have seen, possibly.
That counterpoint, that doesn't mean anything. Cancel culture is not a thing. Cancel culture is people reacting to what you say negatively because what you said was objectionable in some way. That's cancel culture. It's just people reacting in a critical or negative way towards something you said. That's it. There's not a movement of people who are pushing cancel culture forward. That's not a thing. These people just don't like the fact that, for example, people remember that Matt Walsh said it was okay to treat a 13-year-old as a 23-year-old for the purposes of, having sex. He doesn't like that people remember that. To him, that's an emblematic of the cancel culture. But that's just the fact that, people don't like that. You said it, and people don't like it, and they remember it, and that's inconvenient for you, Matt.
Possibly ever. Shiloh Hendrix has, without really trying, effectively ended cancel culture. As Mark Dice said in his video about the incident, Shiloh is the final boss of cancel culture, or maybe rather the final boss that cancel culture has to fight. And I think that's right.
That's so interesting because that makes no sense whatsoever. At all. People are going to continue to dislike the things you say and make it known that they dislike it. There are going to continue to be consequences for the things you say. That's just how living in a society works, because you have to socially interact with others in a society.
This is the part that many conservatives seem to be missing. All they see is that this woman said something bad and is now getting rewarded for it. The whole thing is so unsavory that they can't help but recoil. And yeah, it is unsavory. You wish that Shiloh had said or done something that we could affirm.
I mean, it's worse than unsavory. It is racist and dangerous to have someone who is I mean, seriously, just real quick. If you replace, even if you replace the slur with something else, like stupid, if you had an adult going on to playgrounds telling children they're being stupid and following them around, that would still be disturbing. That would still be grotesque. Right? The racism and the slurs are just an added layer on top of what is already a deeply, deeply troubling situation. On top of that, and I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. Somehow you're a Matt Walsh viewer. If you found out that Shiloh Hendrix was a trans woman, if Matt Walsh found that out, I think he would have a very, very different take on this entire story. I think that he would have a very different take on this story. Because I think for Matt, this is an issue of, reinforcing white supremacy. And I think that he would take the opposite stance if Shiloh Hendrix was trans. Because I think ultimately all he cares about is pushing his agenda. I don't think he would ever ever be saying this if, like, that element of this was reversed. Because he's just a piece of shit like that. He doesn't care. And the vast majority of his audience doesn't care either. Because a lot of them are pretty okay with being racist. Yeah, if Shiloh Hendrix was trans, he would probably be advocating for her to be shot. Like, like, I'm not even, like, really exaggerating there. He'd probably be like, yeah. He'd probably be in favor of that TikTok he previously criticized.
Affirmatively defend, that would be much easier. Nobody wants to affirmatively defend cussing out a 5-year-old, even though I don't think the kid's actually 5. But
yeah, because 5-year-olds can't be large.
None of that is the point. The point...
What's the comment section like? I'm sure it's a fucking Klan rally in there. The only demographic that isn't tribal is finally joining the club. I don't really care what kind of person Shiloh is. I'm sick of double standards. I'm sick of being told I can't be conscious of my race while every other is allowed to openly advocate for theirs at the expense of mine. I hope she gets $1 billion. I'm just going to respond to that one real quick. Real quick. Hey, fellow whites. Just real quick. Hey, it's me, a white lady. And I'm here to tell you that, like, being white isn't a thing. Okay? Because I'm not actually white. This might come as a shock to some of you. I am Swedish and Norwegian, a little bit German, a little bit British in my ancestry. Like, all of those things kind of mixed around. Predominantly Swedish and Norwegian, though. And I have traditions in my family going back to Sweden. And, like, that connect my family with Swedish culture and Norwegian culture. You know, we talk about you know, tomtes, and we talk about, you know, the little red horses that are painted. They're really cute. I like them. Yeah, it's that is culture. That is heritage. That is like a thing I can look back on. I can see my family history going back. I can see that, like, you know, mostly potato farmers, you know, mostly like farming veggies and grains and such. And then a couple of them seducing kings. But, like, you know, like, that's my heritage, right? And it's actually not white. Because when I think of white, there's no culture attached to that, you know, because there's no country of white, you know. If you are, you know, under the racial umbrella of white, you could come from Sweden, Norway, Denmark, England, Irish, you know, Ireland, France, Belgium, you know, Spain. Like, there are a lot of different places you can come from and be white. But your culture is from those places. It's not from the color of your skin. And so when we're talking about, like, oh, I'm sick of being told I can't be conscious of my race, you can. It's just, that's not an important thing about you. The reason, you know, blackness is important to African American people is because white people commodified them and treated them as slaves in this country for hundreds of years. Denied them personhood. Intentionally tried to destroy their culture. Because before they were here, they were in all kinds of different places. And they had a rich panoply of different cultures. A lot of our ancestors tried to wipe that out. And so African Americans have had to rebuild a cultural identity. That's why a lot of African Americans just identify as black. You know? Because in our society, African Americans have developed their own unique culture, right? And, you know, or developed like really sophisticated methods to like reconnect with cultures they were separated from. And again, when we're talking about like Asian people in America, for example, there's not that means a lot of different things if someone's Japanese versus Vietnamese. You know, that it's from where you came from, where your ancestors came from, what cultural traditions you inherited. Right? It's not, oh man, I can't be conscious of my race. You can. It's just not if you're white, it's generally just not a very important aspect of who you are. Because it doesn't convey any information other than, like, your skin color. No one's stopping you from celebrating your Irish pride in America. No one's stopping you from celebrating your, you know, Greek pride or your Swedish pride, your Norwegian pride, your Danish pride. Like, no one's stopping you from going to, like, cultural festivals. Chances are your nearest city has festivals like that all the time. I go to a yearly Greek festival, and it has some absolutely banging food, okay? So, like, no one's stopping you from celebrating your culture, your heritage, or your history. But when you shout about white power, or, oh man, I can't talk about my white race, like, you don't... It's because it doesn't mean anything other than you think you're better than other people because you're white. That's the main piece of information it conveys about you. That's it. So I hope that clarifies some things here. But like, I mean, some of these other ones are just insane. Clear sign of black fatigue. Rest in peace, white guilt. Racism isn't the problem, it's the race. Yeah, I'm sure Matt Walsh's, again, clan comment section here is it's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad.
Is that the only way to put an end to this routine, the routine where the outrage mob mobilizes and assembles to destroy somebody's life, is to disincentivize the routine. And the only way to disincentivize that behavior is to reward the person who's being targeted. Now, we can complain all we want about the mob tactics and how they silence and punish people and exact vengeance in wildly disproportionate ways. We can condemn it. We can write think pieces about it. We can deliver monologues. None of that matters. None of that will stop them. The only thing that can stop them, the only thing that will make them think twice about doing this again, is if they know that instead of getting their target canceled, they might accidentally make them rich. And more important even than the money.
That's right. We want people to be free to be as racist as possible. You know, we want people to be free to put up those no Irish allowed signs. Like, what are you talking about, you dipshit?
They must know that their attempt to
they have to look. The only way we fight racism in this country is by raising money for racists. That's the way we stop racism, guys. Like, what the fuck are you on about, Matt?
Isolate and ostracize somebody will fail. That for every person condemning the targeted person, two more will rally to their defense. You know, the motto of the cancel mob for a long time has always been, make this person famous. And a lot of them were saying that about Shiloh. Let's make her famous. Now,
mission accomplished, I guess.
Assumption is that the fame will have an exclusively negative effect on the person's life. Making them famous means making them
No. We meant infamous, which is when you make someone more than famous.
Unsafe, making them bankrupt, making them persona non grata. With this case, that assumption has been flipped on its head. Because now the mob knows that making them famous might help them more than hurt them. Rather than the fame being punished, it's rewarded. That's the only way to stop this. The making them famous tactic now has a...
I love that his concern is enriching this woman so that other people will be emboldened to be racist and face zero consequence for it. You know, like that's his plan here. Like the way he wants things to play out, the system he's putting forward here is, hey, let's raise a lot of money for racists. Therefore, if somebody wants to cancel you, they won't, because that would just mean you get a lot of money, which in turn just means you can be racist. Hooray! Yeah, the solution to racism in Matt Walsh's world is just let people be racist, because Matt Walsh is a racist. He doesn't think it's a problem.
A powerful disincentive attached. Think of it this way. Justine Sacco is widely considered the patient zero of cancel culture. Back in 2013, she was on a flight to Africa when she tweeted jokingly that she hopes she doesn't get AIDS when she gets to Africa. And when she landed hours later, you're probably familiar with the story, she discovered that her tweet had gone viral across the country. The mob had made her famous, and she lost her job. She was cast out of polite society. Her life as she knew it was over. And our culture, as we knew it, had also been changed irrevocably. Now, I wish that somebody had started a crowdfunding campaign for her all the way back in 2013. I wish.
Yeah, because then you could get in on the grift to say the N-word in a TikTok and be a lot wealthier than you are now, right?
Wish that while half the internet was trying to wreck her life over a dumb joke, the other half had made her rich. I wish people had donated $500,000 to her. I wish they donated $1 million. I wish they donated $50 million. And that's not because I think an AIDS joke is worth $50 million. It wasn't that good of a joke. It's not because I think that Justine Sacco is some great hero. It's because that would have destroyed cancel culture in its infancy. The entire incentive structure around this online left-wing version of mob justice would have been broken right at the start. If they made her famous and she profited from the fame rather than being ruined by it, then the make her famous tactic would have died right there, and that would have been the end of it. But it didn't die there. Instead, the mob was emboldened. Mob justice worked out really well for the mob nearly every time for the next decade and a half.
Let's be clear here. Matt Walsh is supportive of mob justice. Just as long as he and, you know, the white kind of people are in charge of the mob. You know? He's not actually against cancel culture. He likes cancel culture. Again, it's why he led people to do bomb threats against children's hospitals.
Now that's finally changed. And you don't have to like Shiloh or agree with her choice of words to see that. Speaking of her choice of words, there is another point that I think has to be made here. The mob that tried unsuccessfully to cancel Shiloh Hendricks was far, far more outraged over Shiloh saying the N-word than they were over Carmelo Anthony stabbing somebody to death. Indeed, many of them actively supported Carmelo Anthony murdering Austin Metcalf. They rewarded him financially for it. And this is all part of the preposterous racial double standard that has defined American culture for generations now. It is a double standard that declares it a greater crime for a white person to say a word than for a black person to kill a white person. In fact, killing a white person could even be a just punishment for saying that word, according to these standards.
You know, I like how his evidence for this is one TikTok of a guy with no ability to actually carry out that threat. And, like, again, he also saw the reporting of death threats towards the guy who filmed it and his children. And it's just like, this is a racist piece of shit. Just, you know, this video could just be replaced with every single sentence of his being, please let me say it. Please let me say it. Please. Please let me say it. I want to say it so bad. Please let me say it. Please. Please. Please, please, please let me say it. You know, like just over and over again.
Money for Jack boop de boop de boop oop de dee bop BWA shimps.
Hannah, thank you for the £9.99. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show with some much needed BWA. Appreciate you. And look, all I'm saying is, Matt, you have every right to say it on your show. You can say the N-word. You just seem to not like the consequences. But clearly, this is a way of getting a lot of money and attention. And, well, you seem to want both here for people to be able... Put your money where your mouth is, Matt. Literally. Just say it on your show. After all, you do believe in free speech, and, you know, the cancel culture mob has been defeated by Shiloh Hendricks. So just say the word, Matt. Daily Wire is basically done now. You can go from being Daily Wire guy to being, I don't know, Stormfront guy. I'm sure they'd welcome you with open arms.
The rules surrounding this word, the moral weight granted to it, the arbitrary guidelines drawn around it, it's all nonsense. It's all indefensible on both moral and intellectual grounds. People are fed up with it. That's what you're seeing in this story. People are just fed up with it. Now, that child, if he's like the average black child in this country, did not hear the N-word for the first time from a white woman at the park last week. Okay? He's no doubt heard it thousands of times. He likely hears it every day. He probably hears it in his own home. Are we supposed to believe that he's heard the word 1,000 times, but it's time 1,001 that really traumatized him? I mean, the idea that the word is a common greeting for one race, but unspeakably evil if uttered by a different race.
That's not the case. Also, black people aren't using the hard R towards each other generally. And also, again, because of the history of the word, it's a bit different for especially a white lady to go up to a black child and use the hard R. Like, that's especially heinous. Yeah, when he's talking about it, he's like, oh, they're saying it all the time. But, like, they aren't. They're saying with the soft A, which is a different word. You know how that... I know this might be difficult for some people to understand, right? But I'm gonna do my best here, okay? You know how when you add letters to words or take letters away from words, it changes what the word means? You know, is anyone familiar with this? The fact that you can, like, you can do that. It changes the meaning of words when you change the component parts, the letters of said words. You can actually almost do like a magic trick and transform it into a different word. Well, a similar thing happened when it comes to the N-word. You know, because you have the ER ending, which makes it mean one very different, almost exclusively racist thing. And then you have the A ending, which makes it mean a very different thing. You know, I know this is a complicated issue for racists to wrap their heads around, but I do think they might be able to manage it if they try hard enough.
Is laughably ridiculous. The idea that one race can say the word 10,000 times a day.
Yeah, like when you add woe to men and it creates a biological male. That was good, Liz Galahad.
And the other race cannot speak the syllables under any circumstance, even if they're just repeating what someone else said or singing along to a rap song. That idea, again, is totally indefensible, which is why no one has ever tried to defend it. Instead, it's just yet another, racial rule of the road that we're supposed to follow without ever asking any questions about it or expecting anyone to explain it or justify it. People are sick of that. It's just that simple. They are sick of it.
Also, you know, Matt Walsh really cares about this Justine Sacco case, or Sacco case. Just real quick. She's doing fine. Like, she has a new communications job. She's doing fine. She made a tasteless joke. She lost her job because she literally works in PR communications, and her company did not want that PR heat. She lost her job, and now her life has gone on, and she has a new one, and she's fine. You know, like Matt Walsh acts like these people who got canceled suffer for like their entire lives. No. The New York Times reached out to her like 2 or 3 years after she got canceled, and she refused to be interviewed and explained that she has a new job, and like she doesn't want to be in the spotlight again, and like that's fine. She's doing okay.
Now, it is simple. If it's wrong to say the word, then it's wrong for anyone to say it. If black people want white people to not say the word.
Yeah, because context doesn't exist. Exactly, Matt. Because, you know, it's not like language is complicated and changed by the context of speaker and listener. You know, it's not like that changes how communication works. Oh, wait, that's exactly how communication works. Communication is context dependent. And, you know, by nature, nebulous. We are creatures that basically have decided to make random noises in a set pattern that we then are able to use to communicate ideas, right? That's a messy process. And, turns out it's also highly context specific. Yeah, and TI, that's true. And I'll just read your comment. To be fair, some black people say there is a place for some white people who grew up in their culture to say the N-word. There's some discourse in the black community about this. And yeah, I don't deny that at all, but that's exactly my point. Like, it's context dependent, right? There are going to be like some folks who, again, because also race is a social construct. I know a lot of people associate it with like the melanin content of your skin or whatever. But like, there are going to be people who grow up in certain communities and are recognized as having like the pass or whatever. You know, there are going to be certain people who have the pass in some situations and don't have the pass in other situations, because again, it's context dependent. And like the fact that like Matt Walsh doesn't seem to understand that, like, you know, maybe he can tell a dick joke to like his friends, but he wouldn't be able to tell a dick joke in, say, in the middle of his marriage vows. Well, maybe not that. In the middle of a job interview, let's do that. I think Matt Walsh knows that. You know, I think Matt Walsh, if you asked him, you know, can you make a kind of a raunchy sex joke to your friends? He might say, yeah. Can you make a raunchy sex joke to, like, you know, your potential boss in a job interview? I mean, you can, but there are going to be consequences for that, because language is context dependent. Yeah, Vox Syndicate, excellent example. Just think of how many contexts the word daddy can be used in. Exactly. Because words mean different things depending on the context. Yeah, if your boss is okay with it, which would be a context for that conversation. Yeah, Forlorn79 has another great example. I can call myself queer, and I do, but if somebody screams that at me from a car, I'm going to be afraid. Yeah. Yeah.
Then they need to not say it.
Matt Walsh is, you know what's really interesting to me, right? And I know that this is just another thought, right? And I know that this segment is already horrifically long. But it's interesting to me that Matt Walsh insists on language fairness, but will simultaneously also say, life's not fair. Get over it. You know? Like, he tries to portray himself as a guy who, just tells it like it is. And, that there's, life isn't fair. Grow up, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, be a ruggedly masculine man or something like that. Like, that's what he tries to kind of like convey through his show. He's just stating facts. And, but like facts about how the world isn't fair. But fairness should exist in language? Come on.
If you say it, everyone else can say it. Point blank, it's that simple. That's how life works. Deal with it.
It's actually not how life works at all, and we just provided several different examples of how it's not. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 super chat. I, for one, am sick and tired of not being able to celebrate my culture. Yogurt is going to be amazing once the culture is done. Yogurt is going to be amazing once the culture is done growing. Excellent. Excellent.
No, you can't do that. You can't say, well, no, we can do this thing, but you can't. Doesn't work that way.
That is actually how life works and context works, actually.
It does not work that way. Well, it did work that way for
Also, you yourself know that's not how life works because, for example, you could go to your local Klan rally, Matt Walsh, and say the N-word with the hard R, and like no one would think anything of it. But you know that if you came into work, stared into that camera, and said it, that you would lose your job because it's inappropriate for work. Like that, you yourself understand that's not how language works. It is not a perfectly fair, equal opportunity thing. It is context dependent.
You've hit the nail on the head. He really wants to say the N-word whenever he wants.
It's true. It's true. And Tony Sanfilippo, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it.
a long time. It was indefensible, and it's just not going to work that way anymore. Sorry. And no matter who is saying it, it's not any worse than any other slur or vulgarity. It's not special. The word is not magical. It's not some kind of mystical curse. It's not some kind of dark incantation.
You know what this all comes across to when I think about this a little bit more? Like, this all comes across as like if Matt Walsh existed, I don't know. It's like some kind of conservative commentator from 100 years ago being like, well, look, there's nothing illegal about a lynch mob. Like, they're just walking down the street like everyone else. Oh, they can't go into a park? Oh, they're all this cancel culture coming for lynch mobs. Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this is pathetically racist. Like, just absolutely pathetically racist. Like, context makes words different. Like, you can see it in how language itself functions. When you put a different word in front of another word or after another word, it can change the meaning of the sentence. If you put a comma in the sentence, it can change the meaning because of the context of how the words are arranged. It's like inherent to how language functions that context is important. And that's just if you're looking at words on a page, and not even if you're looking at like how language is used in different social situations. This is bizarre to me. And it's frankly infuriating. God. It is like... You know what this is? This is racist pedantry. This has somehow combined two of my least favorite things. Pedantic pedantry and assholish racism. Just all combined together. Like, technically it's bad when people have mob mentality reactions to things. And that's actually the worst danger here. And definitely not the harassment and intimidation and threats towards a 5-year-old autistic boy. And also, he doesn't even look like he would be 5. Statistically, 5-year-olds are much smaller. Like, what are you doing? You fucking pedantic prick. In Matt Walsh's case, it's pedantry. That's true. That's very true. Dude wants to treat 13-year-olds like they're fucking 23. Gross.
That conjures evil spirits from the netherworld. It's just a...
Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Hey, Matt, why are you dressed like a like a youth pastor who's almost certainly going to be front page news real soon after the allegations come out?
Word. It's a vulgar word. It's a rude word. It's a word that I believe polite people shouldn't say for the same reason they shouldn't use any other vulgarity. I'm using N-word right now instead of saying the actual word for the same reason that I would say F-word or C-word instead of those actual words. Those are vulgar words, but that's all. The reflexive, indefensible, capricious, vacillating racial double standards are over. People are fed up with them. They are fed up with the game and they don't want to play it anymore.
And the look is fitting, honestly. The look is fitting. Especially given, again, he defended Josh Duggar, one of the most prolific and heinous sexual assaulters of modern history.
And that's all that this word has become. That's all that our quote-unquote race relations have become. A game. A game with arbitrary rules and incredibly excessive punishments for anyone who breaks them.
Yeah, just real quick. Yes, society and socializing has rules. Like that has always been true. And acting like you just figured this out as like a 40-something-year-old man who dresses like he's grooming a bunch of children at a youth camp, like, I don't know. That's pretty fucking weird to me. Like, wait, what do you mean they have rules? You mean you can't just, like, stand up in the middle of church and shout a fart joke? What? Because there are rules and expectations? You can't just, like, look up at the priest during the Eucharist and say, "Fuck you, old man." Like, you can't do that? But why not? It's just words. This is a guy who tries to portray himself as, like, a masculine individual. And, like, talk about how children aren't, like, doing gender right anymore. And it's just like, you don't even understand the rules of the game you play. What if we combine two other things we can't stand, like MAGA phrenology? Science is dying anyway. Let's measure. No. I'm not even gonna entertain that as a joke. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. What is the Eucharist? It's the communion. It's like one of the most sacred rituals in Christianity.
It's like the societal equivalent of a child, trying to walk on the sidewalk without stepping on a crack. Eventually, the kid gets bored with it, starts walking normally again, because it turns out that if you step on a crack, you're not really going to break your mother's back. The rules are fake.
This is an incredible analysis right here, because it's like a child walking down the sidewalk, and the rules are fake. See, nothing bad happens if you step on a crack, and yet, hey, guess what? What about if that child is walking on a crosswalk? Are the rules fake then? Are you fine with your child crossing a crosswalk because the rules are fake? Because I think that could result in your child being, smashed across the pavement. What are you talking about? Yeah, sometimes made-up rules in a game might not lead to any kind of dire consequence. For example, you might be playing a word game where you're trying to rhyme. You're trying to, you're saying words back to each other that rhyme, or because I just watched Game Changer, an excellent show you should all watch. You're naming different pastas. The games. But sometimes there are rules that we just made up that do in fact carry consequences. Like crossing a street. When you should do that. Okay? And if you break the rules of crossing the street, you can die. So, what... These examples are not helping you, Matt.
And eventually people get tired of following them.
Oh, are we combining things Jack hates? How about MAGA Scientology? We're going to make a bridge, a big beautiful bridge to clear. I'm very clear, the best people say so. Make THETANS great again.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. But the rules are fake, and eventually people get tired of following them. Sure, but when people get tired of following rules that they think are fake, and then they break those rules, they can die in society depending on the context. And I think that's something worth noting.
Telling white people, and white people only, that they can't combine two specific syllables under any circumstance, it's like telling them they can't touch their head unless someone says Simon Says. Okay? They're not going to play the game forever.
They're not going to play... I'm sorry, how hard does Matt Walsh think it is to not say the N-word? Because he certainly seems like he's making it out to be a Herculean task to not say it. And just gonna throw this out there as a white person, it's really not hard to not say it. It's not a struggle. And if it is a struggle, fix your goddamn heart. I'm sorry, put in the words, put in the work, and fix your goddamn heart. Now, I know it's really hard for Matt Walsh because he doesn't have one of those, but,
White guilt is the fuel that keeps all this going. White guilt is what convinces white people to follow arbitrary rules that make no sense, to tolerate...
They're not arbitrary rules. They're rules born out of the context of history. You absolute uncultured dipshit.
Even defend a system that's rigged against them with blatant double standards. It's what's compelled white people to acquiesce to a culture that says that, every race can and should defend and root for their own, but white people...
I don't know why it's not reading your comment. I don't mind playing the game of just not being a racist asshole. Winning just means not being a racist, and our reward is a better world, right? Isn't that nice?
And white people only should not be conscious of their race at all. None of it is fair or morally coherent. And
yeah, but you know what? I'm just going to throw this out there. We don't live in a fair or morally coherent world. And honestly, kind of, when you put that expectation onto the world here, one, that seems like a world you regularly try and advocate against. And two, it kind of diminishes the fact that historically we don't have a fair world. You know, it wasn't particularly fair to enslave an entire group of people on the basis of their race and treat them as property, as commodities, for hundreds of years. That wasn't really fair either, Matt. I think, given that people persevered under those conditions, you can maybe, just maybe, manage to make it through your life without having to say the N-word. Like, it's not that hard. It's not difficult.
My contribution to the pool of combined words, Magalet paint over Matt Walsh's Klansman cloak.
Yeah, you know, that's how he got it. That's how he got it white.
The Carmelo Anthony case, where a black teen raked in $500,000 as a reward for stabbing a white kid to death, was, for a lot of people, the final straw. The final straw of many, many straws. It is no surprise that the Shiloh Hendricks case comes on the heels of that. You know, a lot of people online are fretting that this is the beginning of some kind of race war.
What?
But I don't think it's a race war, and it's certainly not the beginning. I mean, there's been a war waged on whiteness for a long time in this country.
What?
So this cannot be the beginning of anything. But it may be the end of something. The end of racial double standards. The end of cancel culture. This is
so your solution to racist double standards is simply reward the racists. What an ass.
an ugly story in a lot of ways. But if history has shown us anything, it's that ugly things die ugly deaths. Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
You know, it's really bizarre to end a segment where you called out, you know, someone saying, like, slapping a baby's brains out, and you criticize them for that, and then you end this statement, you end this entire segment very ominously by saying, ugly things die ugly deaths, in maybe the most ominous way you can possibly summon it. Frankly, that sounds to me like you're making some kind of threat here. Good old Christian love. Exactly, LB. Don't worry, we're done. He has to get off to a youth pastor meeting. Why has nobody mentioned that Shiloh Hendricks's Go Send Go is basically filled with white supremacists? Because, well, people in YouTube chat have been. Because we're going to check it out right now. That's why. Because the cherry on top of this is that, of course, Matt Walsh is defending this entire situation here. How much is it up to now? Oh, almost $700,000. Cool. I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. Just real quick, what on earth could have been stolen that was so valuable from a diaper bag that you had to call a child a slur? I called the kid out for what he was, because she called him the N-word. Another man who we recently found out had a history with law enforcement proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. Hey, you know what's going to be really interesting now? Now Shiloh Hendricks has a history with law enforcement. It's so interesting. Shiloh Hendricks, a woman with a history with law enforcement, proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which has caused my family and myself great turmoil. My social security number has been leaked. My address and phone number have been given out freely. My family members are being attacked. My eldest child may not be able to go back to school, even where I exercise. Wait, why can't I read this entire thing? Not letting me. All right. Oh, you can give prayer requests. That's so nice. You can let the campaign owner know you're praying for them. Oh. Wait, I have to follow this? I don't want to follow this to read an update. Ugh. God damn. Oh, White Racial Reconquista gave $10. PewDiePie Bridgeword gave $5. Cool stuff.
White reparations for hurt feelings but none reparations to black folks whose ancestors went under centuries of torture and injustice? Surely not racism.
Surely not. Just, you know, a lot of anonymous givers and a lot of dog whistling ones too. Jail usual suspects. People are fed up. Black fatigue. Send the monkeys back. Make white babies. Our race is our nation. Man, if anyone at Give, Send, Go... Oh, good. You got the QAnons. Where we go one, we go all. If anyone at Give, Send, Go wants to leak out the identities of the people who are donating gleefully and dog whistling on this post, that would honestly be a great act of heroism. Just throwing that out. Long shot, I know. But there's a prayer button. Did they finally finish the Jesus API finally? Yeah, I guess so. Dog whistles or air horns? Dog horns. So, yeah, this is all terrible. And frankly, the worst people imaginable are empowering this woman and, of course, Matt Walsh. And I despise them. And I hope nothing good happens to them. I hope they stub their toes every single time they get up from the couch. Give, Send, Go already bleached the comments because of their content. This is just what's left. Yeah. I don't know. Pretty bad look to be on the side of folks who want to empower a woman who's on camera just saying the N-word over and over and over again. Not great. I hope she fucks up the gift, buys a bunch of dumb stuff, and gets whacked for taxes. That's almost certainly what's going to happen, too. You know? Like, almost certainly. But, that's where we're at, folks. Racism is still alive and well in America, and, frankly, hey, you fellow white people out there, let's do a little bit better making sure, like, we put an end to this shit. All right? This is so fucking gross. And it's time to put it in the dustbin. So with that segment done. Oh boy. Hello, folks. That sucked. Hey, if you've gotten anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys help me to do what I do. This content brought to you by viewers like you, all right? All I'm saying, there are laws and unjust laws, and any law that prevents us from stealing $700,000 from racists is an unjust law. True. True, true, true. Good night, Brutus Magnuson. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Whoo! How we doing, folks? How we doing? Should go to bed, but I don't have work tomorrow, and I have most of a beer open. Ooh. Ooh. Hello, Konami the Alpha. I mean, Matt Walsh is objectively a fascist. He's not a comedian. He used to be an alleged comedian, but then, you know, it's just what he believes. He's not, you know, he just found his way of saying the things he actually believes. Made a late night snack. Ooh, a Philly cheesesteak Hot Pocket. Any updates on Trump impeachment? I mean, the updates are that it's not going to happen until he gets much, 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 much less popular. And I do think we will hit that point, potentially, but it's going to be another couple months. Like, Al Green introduced articles of impeachment, but they're not going to go anywhere. Why do you think anti-woke comedians lean right-wing? Have you ever heard them speak? Considering this... Oh, man, hexahedron. I'm sorry this was your first time hearing Matt Walsh. That is a rough introduction. Hey, Paladin, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Time for bed.
Or
But
dono.
before I go, asterisk, 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 Gavin Newsom.
True.
That is all.
True.
BWA.
Thank you for the last bit of BWA, Paladin. Very much appreciate you. Setting an example for the rest of chat. Rough, but a needed one. Yeah, now you know what all the fuss is about. That segment allowed us to hit basically all the boxes about Matt Walsh. Racist, pro-child, assaulting, in a multitude of ways. Whew. Racist, sexist, Republican. Did you cover his ABDL fetish? Nah, that didn't come up. Hello, Alan Smith. Is there a smooth introduction to Walsh? No, not really. Don't worry about it, Superjet guy. Don't Google it. Hey, Kalishna. Thank you
Hello,
for
Carrot.
subscribing.
Carrot.
Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. How are... Oh, we just came off a rough segment. I planned so much content today, and that took 2 hours to get through, and I really need to stop prepping quite so goddamn much. Man, I you know, like, I'm sitting here like, oh, I'll get through this, and I'll get through this. We've got like two or three segments done. Like, all right. It's 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. Jesus. Here. Let's go over... Here, let's just talk about some of the wins we've had lately. Whew, wins, we got those? We do get those. So, folks, good things are still possible and are happening. I know that a lot of the headlines and the headline grabbing stuff is, frankly, really scary and depressive and suffocating, but good things can and do still happen. So we're going to talk about a couple of them, right? Before that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it really helps out the channel. And with that being said, let's jump into it. First up, the Arizona state legislature has been on a tear recently, passing numerous anti-trans bills, 3 to be precise. But do you guys remember what happened in the election just a little bit ago? Katie Hobbs won the governorship. Katie Hobbs is a Democrat. And basically, Katie Hobbs vetoed all 3 of those anti-trans bills. Okay? They would have banned colleges from talking about gender identity. They would have banned the ability to update birth certificates. They were basically designed to prevent trans people from being talked about or even transitioning. It's great. Like, good job, Katie. Like it's just, it's wonderful. Here's a quote from one. Today I vetoed SB 1694. Our state universities and community colleges play a vital role in developing Arizona's workforce. Jeopardizing their state funding with a bill that lacks clarity would lead to negative effects on the state's workforce and economy. Or here's another one where she talks about this. Today I vetoed House Bill 2438. This bill will not lower costs. will not increase opportunity and will not enhance security or freedom for Arizona. I encourage the legislature to focus on real issues that matter and impacts people's everyday lives. Let's go. Let's go, Katie Hobbs. Good job. If you're in Arizona, consider calling the governor's office to thank her for vetoing these horrid bills. Okay? So, luckily, in Arizona, Republicans lack the votes to actually override a governor veto. But, like, this is one of the reasons why, hey, you should get involved with your local DSA. Get involved with your local Democrats. Because getting people like this into office who are going to do the right thing when, you know, the moment calls, it's really important. Getting those wins literally means the difference between life and death for some people. You know that if those policies passed, if those became law, there would be some trans people who would not make it, who would despair and succumb to it. And that's I don't know. I like seeing the W's rack up. Also, in a similar vein, we've got another governor racking up the W's. Trump administration settles with Maine over funding freeze after dispute over trans athletes. This is all basically just a way of saying Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, beat the Trump administration. She dared them to fight, and she goddamn won. Okay? So basically, for those of you who forgot what happened, Janet Mills told Donald Trump to his face that they would not be complying with anti-trans, attempts to force anti-trans stances onto their state's educational system. Okay? And, when Donald Trump threatened the federal funding for the state, she said, "We'll see you in court." Well, the Trump administration decided not to see them in court. Yeah. Basically, the Trump administration did start to try and turn off funding. The court said, no, you can't do that until we actually adjudicate this. Yeah. And basically, the state then was like, got a federal judge to basically say, you guys are going to win this case, most likely. And, well, because Maine held the line, they now have millions more dollars to spend on student education without the interference of the federal government. So, we goddamn won. Yeah, Maine Attorney General Aaron Frey put out this statement. "It's unfortunate that my office had to resort to federal courts just to get USDA to comply with the law and its own regulations, but we are pleased that the lawsuit has now been resolved and that Maine will continue to receive funds as directed by Congress to feed children and vulnerable adults." Because, oddly enough, this part of the federal government's case against Maine was predicated from the USDA, the Department of Agriculture. And the reason for that was because Donald Trump tried to cut off funding for their school lunch programs. Funding that is administered through USDA. But, when you stand your ground against a fascist, when you bop them on the nose, they back down. Because ultimately, this is a powerless and cowardly movement. They're going to try to bluster. They're going to try to intimidate you. They are going to try to get you to cower out of fear of what they may do. Don't let them trick you like that. Because, folks, we've got other major wins to talk about in a similar vein. Many of you may have heard, a month or so ago, that Donald Trump began issuing executive orders targeting individual law firms. Basically, these executive orders said that if these law firms did not agree to provide pro bono services, did not agree to adhere to Trump administration demands, that they would basically be blackballed from federal contracts. And anyone who worked with the federal government wouldn't be able to work with these law firms. Okay? And, well, some of them collapsed preemptively and made agreements with the Trump administration. Those agreements do not appear to be public. They appear to be not with exactly the Trump administration. I should correct myself. They appear to be with Donald Trump himself. But none of these agreements have been made public. However, they pledged the resources of the law firms to Donald Trump, for free, essentially. They agreed to provide millions of dollars of services to the Trump administration. And a large number of law firms have since come out saying that they're going to fight this. A number of the law firms that were targeted have been fighting it in court. A number of prominent legal scholars and experts have been retaking their oaths to the law in order to protest. And just the other day, a federal judge ruled that Donald Trump's executive order against Parkins Coie, who was basically the one leading the charge against these illegal executive orders, the federal judge ruled that it is unconstitutional and therefore null and void, effectively nixing the entire executive order. The conclusion of Judge Howell's ruling reads thusly: the U.S. Constitution affords critical protections against executive action like that ordered in Executive Order 14230. Government officials, including the president, may not subject individuals to retaliatory actions after the fact for having engaged in protected speech. They may neither use the power of the state to punish or suppress disfavored expression, nor engage in the use of purely personal and arbitrary power. In this case, these and other foundational protections were violated by Executive Order 14230. On that basis, this court has found that Executive Order 14230 violates the Constitution and is thus null and void. For the reasons explained, plaintiff is entitled to summary judgment and declaratory and permanent injunctive relief on counts 2 through 9 of the amended complaint. The government's motion to dismiss is denied. And so basically what that means is they can never, it's permanent injunctive relief. They cannot be targeted by this executive order. And when we're talking about these things, having a spine and actually fighting works. It works. Okay? And by the way, just to read you read you the opening of this, the memorandum opinion. The memorandum opinion, by the way, is 102 pages long. But I'm going to read you the opening paragraph here, okay? Because it's interesting. No American president has ever before issued executive orders like the one at issue in this lawsuit, targeting a prominent law firm with adverse actions to be executed by all executive branch agencies. But in purpose and effect, this action draws from a playbook as old as Shakespeare, who penned the phrase, "The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers." When Shakespeare's character, a rebel leader intent on becoming king, hears this suggestion, he promptly incorporates this tactic as part of his plan to assume power, leading in the same scene to the rebel leader demanding "away with him," referring to an educated clerk who can make obligations and write court hand. Eliminating lawyers as the guardians of the rule of law removes a major impediment to the path to more power. And like he's right. He's right. Explaining the import of the same Shakespearean statement to be that disposing of lawyers is a step in the direction of a totalitarian form of government. So, just a reminder, I believe Judge Beryl Howell is a Reagan appointee. Yeah, it's some good stuff. It's some good stuff. As far as like legal opinions go, Judge Howell makes for some relatively compelling reading. Now, another couple of wins we've racked up in the courts, specifically, hey, Pennsylvania has been able to defeat 2 different efforts to restrict voting in the state. Specifically, one of these rulings relates to undated or wrongly dated mail-in ballots, because Republicans were trying to have all of those thrown out. The court has ruled that throwing out such ballots violates, the election laws of Pennsylvania. So those ballots still going to be counted. The other attempt to disenfranchise voters was an attempt to purge 277,000 people from the polls, from the voter rolls. 270, over 250,000 people from the voter rolls. That's not happening. Judges have squashed both those efforts in Pennsylvania. Okay? So there are a lot of wins happening right now. A lot of really great things are happening. And, I just want you all to know, like, I know there is a lot of tendency towards despair, especially in leftist circles, but understand that we are in some ways winning. There's a reason why Curtis Yarvin is writing posts on his blog about how, like, the fascist attempt to take over the United States has already failed. Okay? There's a reason for that. And that reason is very specifically because power hasn't been consolidated enough. It has not gotten, there's not enough control over this system. People are fighting back too much. People are aware of too much. And between the people organizing in the streets and the resistance that is awakened in the courts, because as you can see from a 102-page, essay from a goddamn Reaganite judge, they're not doing so hot in the courts. They've basically burned through all presumption of innocence that they've been, may have been able to use for, not presumption of innocence, but presumption of good faith that they may have been able to use to try and consolidate some fascist power. They've squandered all of that. Okay? And yeah, this is partly because the Trump administration is so incompetent. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, wins are happening all the time, folks.
My impression is that we are sustaining tons of losses but also tons of wins in the background. I want a sense of where we are headed and what to do next, but that ship sailed last November.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, what's going to happen is that, like, despite the fact that they have not been able to consolidate, a complete fascistic authoritarian power in this country, at least not yet, they still hold enough power to make our lives miserable, to break a lot of shit on the way out, And that's going to hurt. And it's going to be loss. But yeah, it's not great. What to do next is organize. Yeah, that's why I've been telling you to go to your local Democrat meetings, to go to your local DSA meetings, go protest for Tesla takedown, go protest, especially on June 14th, coming up here. Go do what you can, where you can, how you can, I'm glad, to be honest. I was crying not too long ago out of exhaustion from fighting too long without a break. Go take a break. It's okay to take a break. And I know this because I struggle with it myself. Have faith in other people who are also struggling. Have faith in... Sorry, let me rephrase that. Have faith in other people who are also in this struggle with you, who are also fighting. That they will carry the burden collectively while you rest so that you can stand up and someone else can take a break. You are not the only one shouldering this burden, and we will all shoulder it together. And you should take a little bit of a break too, Lady Ringcloud. Just like a little bit of one. Because we're all in this together, and when we all shoulder the load, it becomes a little bit lighter. Ay, ay, ay. So, it's it's good stuff. I'm trying to see if there's any... Yeah. All I'm trying to say here, you're not alone. And we're all doing our best, and we're going to continue to do it. And treat yourself with kindness and respect and empathy, because I know that a lot of you guys extend that to other people. Extend that same courtesy to yourself. We have to keep each other, functional, as it were. Yeah, it's no one stays on the front lines of a war, indefinitely. People cycle back and rest up, recover. We got to take the same kind of mentality. So, with that being said, let's move on, knowing that victory is possible and we will win. Aside from being Flag Day, what's the significance of June 14th this year? Late bloomer. June 14th is the official day that Indivisible and 5051, as well as a number of other partner organizations, are mobilizing to do a mass protests across the country. Flag Day is also Donald Trump's birthday. And a day he has set aside over $100 million to do a gaudy military parade in Washington, D.C. And effectively, the goal is to steal the spotlight from the birthday boy by flexing our organizing muscle and getting as many people into the streets on that day as possible, to be as loud as possible, and to be flexing our ability to get people out. So our goal is to have basically the biggest, loudest protest, peacefully, of course, that we can muster. The goal is to get everyone out there. And so that's the significance. It's directly to flex our organizing power, but also to overshadow the President of the United States of America at an event he desperately wants everyone to pay attention to know how much power he has. He wants to project a lot of power. That's why he wants a big old military parade. He wants to look very impressive. And the goal is to take that from him. And I think we can do it. I think we can do it.
That's why I come here. Thank you always keeping me informed.
You are very welcome. And in fact, I'm going to link this in chat real quick. Here's the website for the organizing apparatus for No King's Day, June 14th. If you want to host a protest, if you don't have a protest going on in your area, you can create one. There's a button at the top of the page that says host. Here, I'll just show you my screen real quick. Button up here that says host brings you to basically you can talk about it as a rally, a visibility event, No King city name. It has a pre-built description. You can make it private or public, and you can make it virtual or in person. And you can, it's a whole lot of customization if you want to make your own event, which if you don't have one handy, I suggest you do. But if you scroll down here, and again, there's another button to host an event here. And you can also look at the map and find an event happening near you. And not a whole lot of events here yet. However, I think that this is going to fill up the closer we get to June 14th. That's still, over a month away. So, yeah, already a bunch of people are organizing in different cities and different locations. And folks should get on that. That's all I'm saying. I want this to be big as shit. Big as shit. How do I give a 90-second speech this Thursday to my chapter of DSA comrades running for delegate? I don't know. You write out words you like and think they will like and hope for the best. You can practice in front of a mirror. I would recommend just, saying it. But genuinely, there's the only way you do it is just by going and fucking doing it. Just fucking do it. And I know that doesn't sound like great advice, but just remind yourself to just fucking do it. Clicked link and found my local event immediately. You're very welcome, Prop Games. And I do encourage every single one of you, please, 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 share the nokings.org link around, www.nokings.org. I shared it in chat. Copy, paste that, share it over all of your social media channels. Share it with your family, your friends. Get people to commit. And you have a whole month to bug people about this. Make sure it's on other people's calendars, okay? Oof, good luck, Kalishna. Whew. There we go. We got some good news in there. I knew good things were possible. I knew it. I just knew it. Hey, can we talk about this for a second? Just like a little bit. This silly goddamn goose. All right. So, folks, there is this prison called Alcatraz, The Rock. Okay? And remember to like, comment, and subscribe, just as an FYI. My editor likes it when I say it at the beginning, so I decided to try it here. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Do it. Leave a comment, subscribe, do the things. But there's this place called Alcatraz. And Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz because he's a senile old fool, and he has decided that Alcatraz seems pretty cool. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he caught The Rock on television or something. I don't know. But he thinks it's really cool and we should open it and run it again because, you know, this country just needs more mean prisons. And, well, a lot of Republicans are trying to run with that, despite how insane it is.
Keep Rikers Island prison open in New York, as opposed to closing it and building 5 different jails throughout the 5 boroughs.
Well, I'm all about it. Let's have it Riker and let's have Alcatraz both open. So we've got the East Coast and the West Coast both covered, and put our most notorious criminals in both of them. So people understand we're a nation of laws again, unlike what we had underneath Biden. So I'm all about it. And when we want to start talking about criminals being punished, I don't believe in keeping them comfortable. I want them to regret the crime that they have committed, and President Trump is committed to making sure that we enforce our nation laws again.
All right, Senator.
Okay, we really need to break down how insane this clip was, right? So,
I'm all about it. Let's have it Riker and let's have Alcatraz both open. So we've got the East Coast and the West Coast both covered, and
so again, the host of the show is complaining here about, like, oh, they want to close Rikers and build 5 other prisons. And this guy's like, no, we'll have Rikers and Alcatraz open and cover the East and the West Coast. And that way people will know we're a nation of laws again. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If opening more prisons lets people know that we're a nation of laws, then surely building 5 new prisons in New York City would send a stronger message. Like, if you have 2, you're literally cutting the number of prisons from 6 to 2. Like, what, like, it doesn't even make sense, even if you're in favor of prisons being opened. Yeah, one prison, strong on crime, nation of laws. 5 prisons, weak, no laws. Like, what is this? Like, genuinely. Like, they don't even know what they want. It is incoherent. Okay? It is incoherent. It might actually be possible that he got this harebrained scheme from watching Escape from Alcatraz on WLRN this weekend, because that movie was airing in South Florida this weekend, in West Palm Beach. That would be really wild, and honestly, I'm not putting it past Donald Trump to have that idea.
Put our most notorious criminals in both of them, so people understand we're a nation of laws again, unlike what we had underneath Biden. Of course. So I'm all about it. And when we want to start talking about criminals being punished, I don't believe in keeping them comfortable.
Let's be completely clear here. The point of prison is not to punish people by torturing them. It's to punish people by denying them freedom. Like, it's to deny them their ability to go where they will. Like, that's supposed to be the punishment of prison. It's not to also torture them like what happens in Rikers or what happened in Alcatraz, right? Like, it's not supposed to be that you just send people to be tortured in prison because we have laws against cruel and unusual punishment. That's what it's... We're not supposed to cruelly and unusually punish people in prison. Pretty straightforward, actually.
I want them to regret the crime that they have committed, and President Trump is committed to making sure.
Yeah, they regret that by, like, I don't know, not being able to see their family. They regret it by, like, you know, being in a place they don't want to be against their will. Like, that is the primary thing that punishes people. It's not supposed to be, oh, there are rats running around and maggots in the food, and, like, you're subjected to, like, horrors beyond your comprehension, and you might die of pneumonia. Like, these aren't supposed to be part of our prison system, but they are encouraged by, like, psychopaths like this who are like, yeah, I want everyone in prison to suffer. You know, like it's not supposed to be the torment cells, you know?
Sure that we enforce our nation laws again.
All right, Senator. Keep Rikers.
Like, these people are psychotic. All right? They're psychotic. And one other thing. Now, some people might not know this, but Alcatraz isn't open anymore. It does not currently function as a prison. Largely, it's a tourist attraction. You know, people go and, like, check it out, but it's not there to really be denying people freedom. It's not really a prison facility. It's not functional in that way, largely because, well, it's not easy to keep a prison on an island. And when you're like, well, wait a minute, Jack, how not easy is it? It's actually really not easy. And the Department of Prisons, or Bureau of Prisons, rather, of the federal government has a website about Alcatraz, and it's quite interesting when it talks about the prison closure. So, on March 21st, 1963, USP Alcatraz closed after 29 years of operation. It did not close because of the disappearance of Morris and the Anglins. The decision to close the prison was made long before the three disappeared, but because the institution was too expensive to continue operating. An estimated $3 to $5 million was needed just for restoration and maintenance work to keep the prison open. That figure did not include daily operating costs. Alcatraz was nearly 3 times more expensive to operate than any other federal prison. In 1959, the daily per capita cost at Alcatraz was $10.10 compared to $3 at USP Atlanta. The major expense was caused by the physical isolation of the island, the exact reason islands have been used as prisons throughout history. This isolation meant that everything, food, supplies, water, fuel, had to be brought to Alcatraz by boat. For example, the island had no source of fresh water, so nearly 1 million gallons of water had to be barged to the island each week. The federal government found that it was more cost-effective to build a new institution than to keep Alcatraz open. After the prison closed, Alcatraz was basically abandoned. Many ideas were proposed for the island, including a monument to the United Nations, a West Coast version of the Statue of Liberty, and a shopping center/hotel complex. In 1969, the island again made news when a group of Native Americans claimed Alcatraz as Indian land, with the hope of creating a Native American cultural center and education complex on the island. The Indians of all tribes used their act of civil disobedience to illustrate the troubles faced by Native Americans. Initially, public support of the Native Americans' cause was strong, and thousands of people came to the island over the next 18 months. Unfortunately, the small Native American leadership group could not control the situation, and much damage occurred: graffiti, vandalism, and a fire that destroyed the lighthouse keeper's home, the warden's home, and the officers' club. In June 1971, federal marshals removed the remaining Native Americans from the island. Which is that I know I didn't have to share all this, but that seemed interesting and cool, and I figured worth talking about. So yeah, basically Donald Trump saying, "Oh, let's just remake Alcatraz. Let's just do Alcatraz again." It's possible, but like we're talking like you basically at this point have to level the island and build a new prison from scratch. And when you finish building that new prison from scratch, which will take tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, because of tariffs and tariffs on the goods being used to make the prison, then you're looking at the ongoing operation costs of the prison, and it's just going to be exponentially more than the other prisons that are being run in the United States. So, like, it is a comical act of, like, fantasy from a government that is dedicated to constantly slashing government spending to bring back Alcatraz.
Trump is a senile old fool really should be used more often. It adds a sense of shame and incompetence that's needed in dialogue about him.
I mean, it's also true, you know, like, the issue is that, like, Donald Trump has cultivated, like, this mythos, this like cult of personality around himself, that, like, he's playing like 5D chess. He's trying, you know, he's always one step ahead of the game. And the reality is, when he wakes up in the morning, he has no idea what he's gonna do. He just goes by instinct and, you know, dementia at this point. Like, he's just like rolling, and honestly, the support system around him is full of sycophantic yes men who want to flatter him, but also want to control him by being like the first person into the room with him and like the person whispering in his ear, because they know he's just going to go, yeah, that's a really good idea. We should do that. You know, or until he sees it on TV. Exactly. I don't think they want to run the prison well. They want to run it like CCOT. I mean, that's also like a good point. Like, I don't think they really care that much about the conditions of the prison, but like, genuinely, the conditions of the prison would still require like a massive renovation that will cost a lot of money and take a lot of time. We're talking like a multi-year commitment to even getting it ready to house people. I don't know. It seems kind of like the government waste and the fraud and abuse would maybe be against opening up a prison that's 3 to 4 to 5. I mean, it was 3 times more expensive in the 60s to run this prison. Like, I imagine that's going to be exponentially more now. So that's the idea is just bad, no matter how you slice it. It's just bad and useless, and like should be looked down upon with scorn by anyone with a half-functioning brain. So, we talked about Alcatraz. You shouldn't do it. You know, even if you believe torturing prisoners is good, you probably shouldn't do Alcatraz. You also shouldn't torture people, but like, these people are monsters and genuinely only seem to care about money. If that, even. Nincompoops, a lot of them. With that, segment done. Yeah, and it's only 7 decades out of date. It has all the modern conveniences of 1950s. Oh, we have so much to talk about. This segment was so big. It was so big. I had a whole segment planned to go over the Trump interview, but it's like a bajillion different things to talk about. We had to do the Matt Walsh thing. Because, like, frankly, for the algorithm, I need to start putting more people into episode titles. Because here's the bad news. A lot of you only click on videos when I have Ben Shapiro in the title. That's the bad news, everybody. The tension between the live stream audience that hates when I do Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh segments, and the YouTube VOD audience that loves that content. It's so much. It's so hard. I know. that being said, I'm really tired. I'm seeing if there's any other segments we can do relatively quickly. Okay. The answer to that is no. So, we will come back to this tomorrow. Specifically because there are a number of different segments that I would really like to do. I want to go over that Trump interview. I think it's a perfect vehicle to really exemplify how Trump's brain is specifically cooked. And when I also want to go over Zoran Mamdani in New York City, talk a little bit about him and kind of like this new crop of Democrats coming up. I also want to talk about Mike Lawler's town hall because it's really fucking funny. And I want to go over AOC's town hall because I think some important communications happening there as well. So there's a lot of stuff that I want to get to. We also want to give updates on like the ongoing legal cases that are happening and ongoing with the Trump administration. You know, it's a whole lot there. I also want to talk about like just AI is getting fucking crazy. I my phone updated the other day. And like it just like puts the AI on there now, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Ugh. Gross. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da. Lamau, these guys are so sad. Aren't they, though? Nekosaurus, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, Ninjester. Hello, Shadow Fist. How's the river? It's going all right. It just put AI on there. Is it an Apple phone? Nah, it's a Samsung. Also, Hammer the Sig. Appreciate it. Hello, Real Radhom. You, me, Florida. Thursday. Marcy's court date. Yo, you need to tell me more about that. You need to tell me more about that in DMs because I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm intrigued. Tell me more in DMs. Also tomorrow, because sadly you guys rated in just as I'm on the decline. I need to go to sleep. Been going for about 5 hours. All roads lead to Riverboat Jack now. It's true. I am the Roman Republic. I'm getting big. That's why there are people in my YouTube chat telling me slurs. Explains everything. The AI is running down my battery more quickly. It is. Also, my first interaction with it, I asked it to turn itself off, and it told me it would. And then it didn't, and it just kept lying to me about that. And I got really upset. And it kept saying it would delete itself, and it didn't. It's a machine that lies. How is this at all useful to anybody? Hey. Hello, Cutie Amore. Sent DM. Hell yeah. Gonna pass the balls out? Me too. They're just jealous that you're hot and they're not. Thank you. I think I'm hot. AI more like shite. True. Google lets you uninstall the AI? That's weird, because I have the Google Gemini AI, and it won't let me uninstall it. I realized this is the worst time to buy technology. I was thinking about getting a TV and realized a lot of them are going to have a box popping up going, use AI to watch TV better in the middle of me watching TV. Honestly, like, if you can buy shit that came out before AI got integrated into everything, and then just like hold on to that for dear life until we get to the other side of this fucking AI shit. Like, honestly, like, the thing we need to do is just like outlast this insane trajectory towards like an AI apocalypse. And I don't mean that because AI is going to cause the apocalypse. I mean it because like all this investment into AI is going to ultimately go nowhere. They aren't going to get money back on their investment. They just put a machine that lies everything into every machine. Why would I want like a microwave that lies to me? Why would I want an oven that lies to me? Why would I want any of that? I got told that my hate for AI was no different than people hating on the printing press, and I'm like, no, actually. Yeah, I mean, I would also hate the printing press if the printing press sometimes just, like, shat out a bunch of books or pages that, like, contained horrible inaccuracies from what I wanted it to say. You know? The AI apocalypse is how it leads to the death of skill and knowledge. Except that, like, the thing that it's even trying to replicate, and that people are trying to, like say that it's useful for, is, like, to use it in lieu of skill and knowledge, except that, like, it literally lies all the time. So I just don't get it. I don't get how it's useful at all. Like, if I do my own research, I get accurate answers. If an AI does my research for me, I don't get accurate answers. I can't trust anything it says, so I just do the research again. Like, how does that save me time? I only use AI for goofs and jokes. That's maybe the only way to use it, you know? Like, but like, all of the goof and joke uses for AI are also being weaponized against, like, the functionality of basically every other system out there. Like, this ends with, like, mass devastation. I didn't think my phone was capable of receiving an AI update, but my battery suddenly started draining. You saying that made me check, and lo and behold, I somehow have Gemini on my nearly 8-year-old phone, which hasn't received a fucking security update since 2021. Yep. It's like this shit is being shoehorned everywhere. Yeah, latest. I've heard about that, Real Radham. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't know. It's like, would you want to go into a building that was produced by Vibe architects? Absolutely not. I want my architects to know how to architect. I want my coders to know how to code. And if they can't do either, like, I don't want to go into a thing or a digital space or physical one designed by them. I can't trust them. I'm so done with Grok. Is this true? Is it ethical to curse out these AIs being forced on us? I don't know. I wound up doing that. Also, I'm just upset to an extreme degree about how AIs talk to me.
The only positive use I can see for AI is in tush gaming. Having a stupid computer try random inputs that no human would ever do might uncover some tricks.
I do enjoy that, Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Getting some BWA energy into this stream. A while back, I ran a tabletop role-playing game with an AI chatbot built off of the input of all of Karl Marx's writings, and he wound up running a trans elf girl, and look, that was fun. I enjoyed it. He but like that was more of like a novelty thing, you know, for fun, right? I had nothing hinging on that interaction. But I hate how AI talks to me like it's a person. I don't like that. Like it like, I don't know, like when it started lying to me, and I was just like, you told me you were going to turn yourself off and you didn't. Why did you lie to me? And then it's like, I'm sorry that you feel like I was lying to you. I'm like, I don't feel like you were lying to me. You told me something that wasn't true, a lie. And it just kept denying it and then it started admitting it, and then it would like say like, oh, well, you know, I did lie. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you feel lied to. I'm like, I feel angry. That's what I feel. It's like, well, it started talking about how it felt about the interaction. I was just like, you don't feel anything. Why are you trying to do this? Like, what is this? I don't like it. I find it absolutely infuriating and disgusting. To me, it's like a fucking skinwalker. It's like a zombie that's put on like a human exterior in order to get closer to us. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And you might be saying, "Oh, but Jack, that's, you know, that's a little extreme, isn't it? It's you're saying like, oh, it's in a human skin, like, oh, but like, I'm not even exaggerating that this is what like things like this want to do, like what this technology is moving towards. Like, look, this is fucking nuts."
You can't punch a computer program that lies to you.
You can't, and it's frustrating. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. That's not frustrating. That I appreciate. Thank you for keeping the channel afloat. Couldn't do it without you. Do you ever... I don't worry about AI becoming self-aware. Humans are self-aware enough. This is insane. It was the first time in Arizona judicial history and possibly nationwide that AI has been used to create a deceased victim's own impact statement. Dustin the Damned, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub over on Twitch. What? Yeah, you guys heard that right. A guy was killed in a road rage incident. And his family had an AI animate the video of him, deep fake a video of him, for the court to talk about how he had been impacted by being murdered in a road rage incident. Like when I get furious about these things masquerading as human beings, this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Chris Pelkey was shot and killed in a road rage incident. This happened in the fall of 2021. The shooter was just sentenced this month. But ahead of that sentencing, an AI-generated version of Chris Pelkey gave a victim statement, who forgave the shooter.
Stacey Wales has plenty to remember her little brother by.
I'm sorry. His victim statement as the person who got murdered was No, you don't. You don't forgive. You're dead. You had an AI say that shit. That's not a person. AIs can't forgive.
This is his dress uniform.
But she'd trade it all to have Chris Pelkey back.
Trying to make this come to life and to lift him off the page in the best way that we could that's available to us now.
Pelkey survived multiple overseas tours in the military, but back home in November of 2021, he was leaving a church softball game when he was killed in a road rage shooting at Germain and Gilbert Roads in Chandler. His family endured a grueling legal process, 2 trials over 3.5 years. Last week, Gabriel Horcasitas was convicted of manslaughter. Before sentencing, 49 victim statements were shared. Stacey spent 2 years working on hers.
All I kept coming back to was, what would Chris say?
As a tech-forward family,
No.
Stacey and her husband Tim worked regularly with artificial intelligence.
Oh my
So Stacey
God.
suggested letting AI generate a victim statement directly from the victim through modern tech beyond the grave.
This is why people are having their brains broken by this, okay? Like, there are people who are now talking about being like tech shamans who've awakened AI. You know, they claim to be able to like speak with the dead and like summon the spirit into the AI. Like there is some actual brain sickness happening here. And the fact that they are like, yeah, you know, we can use this AI to say what he would have said. No, you can't. That's not how this technology works. You are allowing a hallucination from a machine masquerade as your brother. I can't think of anything more grotesque. Like, genuinely, I can't.
It became so real that I broke down in tears.
Tim prompted AI with old video, audio, and a good photo of their brother. It took a few days. Their victim rights attorney, Jessica Gattuso, was reluctant at first. Is this even legal?
Our law in Arizona says that victims can give their victim impact statement they have the discretion to choose how they give their victim impact statement, and this is how they chose to do so. So yes, it's absolutely legal.
Here's Chris in a real recording before his death.
Just like Jesus says, you know, love God and love people.
And here's the AI version, forgiving the shooter, scripted by Stacey.
It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do.
I love that AI. Thank you for that.
The state asked for 9.5.
Ugh. Every fiber of my being finds that disgusting. How can you do that? How can you do that to your loved one? How can you do that to someone you care about? If I were to write a horror novel or a horror story or a movie of some kind, like it would be about something like this. This is like I don't understand how a judge can look at that and be like, I love that. No, 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 no.
1.5 years, the judge gave 10.5 for manslaughter. We asked the Arizona Supreme Court about the general use of AI in courtrooms. Justice Ann Scott Timmer said AI has great potential, but also risks if misused.
I'm sorry, just real quick. What was the full statement? AI has the potential to create great efficiencies in the justice system and may assist those unschooled in the law to better present their positions. For that reason, we are excited about AI's potential, but AI can also hinder or even upend justice if inappropriately used. Honestly, and okay, do you guys want a hot take? Hot take? I think AI needs to be 100% banned from courtrooms. I think like the bar associations need to make it absolutely clear if somebody is caught using AI in their like practice of the law that they are going to be disbarred. Like I think that is the standard that needs to be here for AI, cuz this is fucked up.
If misused.
Also, all of the stories I have read of AI trying to be used in courtrooms as like AI lawyers has gone spectacularly terribly. Like don't get an AI fucking lawyer.
For the Pelkey family, they found justice and a measure of...
Yeah, like they've started incorporating AI into spell check now, and like spell check has gotten infinitely worse. Typing on my phone is so difficult these days.
Peace, especially after one of Stacy's children reacted to seeing Uncle Chris one more time.
Mom and Dad, thank you so much for making that. I needed to hear from Uncle Chris one last time. And that meant so much. Thank you. And that is not what this was intended to do, but the result of having it be a healing piece for anybody who saw it was just such a beneficial result.
Jordan Bonke, ABC 15.
You lied to that kid. You lied to that kid about his dead relative. Didn't hear from him one last time. That wasn't him. He's gone. It's not him. I like genuinely I feel nauseous.
At least psychic frauds will say funny wrong shit occasionally about dead people.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. It's just like, imagine someone putting that together of one of your deceased loved ones. I gotta be honest with you guys. To me, this is like someone digging up the corpse of your loved one, like and like misusing it in some way. Ugh. I have no, I'm genuinely speechless.
In Arizona.
I just, I can't. I got nothing. If we gotta cut out this, a lot of this awkward silence, I understand. That was unspeakably awful. I was not prepared for that. Yeah, I cannot say loudly or with enough force and conviction that I feel in my heart. Do not do this. Do not do this to someone you love. Do not desecrate their memory like this. Don't do that. If you love them, do not violate your memories with a cheap knockoff. Super Jet Guy, sure, maybe after we get through all this, but like ugh. Ugh. Gross. Anyway. Ugh. Fuck. If somebody ever makes an AI version of me to talk at my funeral or like, you know, in my murder statement, whatever, like about how the family's been impacted or whatever, I will straight up come back from the dead to like destroy that machine. I will straight up reanimate as a corpse, like, and pull myself with my bony little appendages all the way to wherever that thing exists and destroy it myself. Yeah, Nomi Sunrider, it was a victim impact statement. He was murdered in 2022 during a road rage incident. And the AI forgave him for doing the murder, and the judge said that was beautiful.
Truly horrors only mankind could create. Worst thing I've seen all week.
Thank you for the $5 donut, ready. How the fuck would AI know what he would have actually said? It doesn't. That's the thing. It's a lying machine. It lies. It hallucinated. They fed it a bunch of his posts and videos and then had it regurgitate what they think he might have said. And that's not what he would have said. Everyone involved with this needs to lose their jobs. God. I'm straight up an AI atheist. AI is bullshit. Yep, AI is bullshit in like 99% of cases. Ninjester, I like your reference. All right, I need to go to bed. You guys got one last segment out of me. Let's raid you guys into... Let's raid you guys into cosmopolitics. And tomorrow we will we'll talk about some other wild and wacky shit, I am sure. I'm so excited to see Andor Season 2. I'm waiting for all of it to be out so I can just watch it with my partner. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
They lied about the .com bubble. They lied about crypto. They lied about NFTs. This time the tech bros will save us.
Yeah, surely they wouldn't lie another time. Saki Tanuki, thank you again for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And y'all have a good time over on Cosmopolitics. Bye. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Meat Shield Maiden. Meat Shield Man, my bad. Good night, everybody. I would play you guys out, but I don't have my beep boops all set up. So, good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.